Okay, I just resent the link to two of our participants. So, okay, I see Benny's logging on now.
Okay, the link was just sent to Missy, so it'll be going live on YouTube here shortly.
Well, okay, it's two of our committee members I don't see on yet. I'm gonna try and give them a quick phone call and see whether or not they're having challenges. All the stuff in that parking lot was there. From all this parking lot.
Hey, Brian. Hey, Brian.
Yeah, yep, I'm here.
Yeah,
Can you
this is Grover, and could you maybe send that Zoom link? It's not working. I don't know, the link wasn't working for us here, so.
Okay, Grover, I'll send it to you right now.
All right, thank you.
And I just spoke with Cody Carr, who's the other participant. He's stuck by a train. He's about 5 minutes away, so he'll be on shortly.
Not a problem.
All right, Pat is going to monitor the stream and everything from his office, so everything should be good.
Now you got your right name up there.
Yeah.
Okay, there's Cody. And I see Grover getting logged on. I think
Yep, we're here.
I think we're at the critical mass here. Real quickly, we got Timothy, got Benny, Josh Baltz, Josh Letcher, Wally Wilkinson, Jason, Casey, Cody, Terry, and Grover. So I'm going to count that as a resounding success that we managed to get everybody at least on 19 minutes after the hour, and we were hoping to start at 8:15. So with that, Alex, I'll turn it over to you.
Terrific. Thanks, Brian. I am Alex McInturf. I'll be facilitating this meeting today and tomorrow, along with Sarah Sells. And we'll introduce ourselves further in a minute, but I really want to start by extending a thank you to everyone who's here. Thank you so much for putting in this time, this energy, and this effort to be here. We couldn't do this without you, so we're really grateful for what you're giving today and tomorrow, and I think it'll produce something great for us. So thanks to all of you. So let me just give a very quick overview of the schedule for today, and then we can jump right into introductions. So we'll start this morning with introductions, a quick tutorial on Zoom, and a few ground rules for the conversation. Then we'll move into some presentations from our panelists and a question and answer session following that. And from there, we'll move into our big goal for the day, which is identifying a problem statement. And as we'll talk about, that's a little more complicated than it sounds. It's a little bit different than making a decision in a traditional way. And so we'll go through that throughout the day. So we'll start that. We'll take a break for lunch. We'll come back. We'll meet in small groups, and then we'll discuss as a big group and try to come by the end of the day to a problem statement that we think reflects all of us here. So that's just a really quick overview of today. We'll talk about tomorrow later. But I want to start by giving everyone a chance to introduce themselves. And I'm just going to call on people in the order that they appear in my screen. So if you could say your name, why you're interested and willing to be here today, we will just go around. So I'll start with Brian.
Very good. Does that throw things off when people's camera comes on and off? If you got a good list that's working?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Hey, my name's Brian Wakeling. I am the Game Management Bureau Chief with Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. And, obviously, a lot of the hunt management, hunt recommendations wind up falling into my shop. And so we can't do that without the public input. And this is just an important step along that way. And I'm just really glad to be part of that.
Terry.
Who? Me?
Terry, yep.
Yeah, I'm Terry Comstocker. I'm from Eureka. I'm a 40-year lion enthusiast, probably I'm closer to 50. But, and so I'm just curious, I was one of the original 3 guys that got House Bill 142 passed in the 90s. And I'm just anxious to see where we're headed in the future. So that's why I'm here. And I'd have to say that my loyalty is with the mountain lion. So.
Thanks, Terry. Okay, Liz Bradley.
Hi, everyone. I'm Liz Bradley. I'm the Missoula area wildlife biologist. So work area covers part of the Northwest ecoregion here west of Missoula, the country around Superior and St. Regis.
Rover.
No.
Yeah, I'm Grover Hedrick. I'm a houndsman. I've had hounds all my life. I've been hunting for about 70 years more here in Montana, and I've been on 4 different cat studies in Montana, lion studies, and so I'm pretty interested in what goes on here.
Thanks. Cody Carr. Sorry, Cody, you're muted.
Sorry. Hey, my name's Cody, guys. I'm a second generation outfitter in Northwest Montana. I'm one of the directors for Region 1 in Montana and for the Montana Outfitter and Guide Association. And I'm just excited to be on this committee, and I love mountain lion hunting. I'm also a sportsman, a dad of 3 beautiful blonde-haired little girls, and so I would like to carry on the sport for them as well.
Wally Wilkinson.
Good morning, everybody. I am a Montana resident, live here in Kalispell, and avid sportsman, and I'm also here representing the Flathead Ridge Ranch, which recently purchased a large block of land west of Kalispell. So they were not able to be on this committee and asked me if I could. So that's why I'm here.
Thanks. Casey Stesman.
Morning, everybody. My name's Casey Stutzman. I live in Marion, west of Kalispell here, and been 23-year houndsman, and the last 3 years here been able to be contracted to work on the mountain lion monitoring program, and so just very interested to be part of the conversation. Love mountain lions, love the way of life, and yeah, grateful to be a part of the conversation.
Dave Messmer.
Hi, Dave Messmer. I'm the Wildlife Survey and Inventory Specialist for FWP here in Helena. Started with FWP in 2019 and been kind of involved periodically with the lion stuff since then. And I'll be helping with the population modeling, and also I'm the one that does the population estimates for like our trend areas, which I'll be talking about during my presentation a little bit later. Thank you.
Jason Cataldo.
Hi, my name's Jason Cataldo. I've been an outfitter for 26, 27 years. I live outside Alberton, Montana, and I have a big affection for lions. Was on the 2014 working lion group committee, and I'm excited to be here.
Timothy Garrison.
Good morning. My name is Timothy Garrison. I'm originally from Troy, Montana. I graduated University of Idaho as an anthropologist, and I served 28 years in the Marine Corps. And I also lead scouts, Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts, Cub Scouts. I teach wildlife management and environmental science to them. Took environmental science from Copper Mountain College. I have a little bit of understanding of carrying capacity of the environment and management of populations. I've also been hunting up in Montana for my entire life. And so I'm retired now and I have time to give back. And so that's why I'm on the committee.
Benny.
Benny Rosetto. I'm a retired physician from Kalispell. I've hunted all the western states except for Oregon and a lot of western northern Canada, Alaska, Sonora, Mexico. Somewhat familiar with predators in all of these areas. I guess I come to this from the standpoint of a generalist hunter. I've never owned hounds, but I've gone with friends who have them. I taught bow hunter and hunter education for 25 plus years, and I'm also a landowner of property that borders lion and wolf public land, and so that's probably where I come to this committee from.
Great. Sarah.
Hey everyone, I'm Sarah Sells and I am a research scientist at the University of Montana, and I am here because I'm passionate about decision making and assisting FWP with these kinds of efforts.
Thanks. Sarah's our co-facilitator today, so appreciate you being here, Sarah. Molly.
Hi everyone, good morning. I'm Molly Parks. I'm the mountain lion monitoring technician, and I coordinate the field work for the data collection and sample collection for our mountain lion monitoring program.
Great, thanks. Neil.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm Neil Anderson. I'm the Wildlife Program Manager for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks out of Region 1 out of the Kalispell area. So I oversee the wildlife program in Northwest Montana.
Josh Letcher.
I'm Josh Letcher. I'm Lincoln County Commissioner. I'm also the Vice President of our Tobacco Valley Rod and Gun Club. I grew up Little Ranch west of Eureka, and I've got 3 boys that are just getting into hunting, and I've been a hunter and trapper and outdoorsman my whole life. So look forward to going through this process with y'all.
Josh Baltz.
Hi, everyone. Josh Baltz. I'm here in Libby. I work for the Army Corps of Engineers. I manage natural resources for the Corps here at Libby Dam. So some land and water resource management plus public recreation facilities that I manage up here. I've worked with FWP, mostly the fisheries folks down here quite extensively, Jim Dunnigan and those guys. So I have a good relationship there. I volunteered for a couple reasons. Number one, I'm a little concerned with the increasing demand on our natural resources because so many people are moving to Montana these days, and we have limited resources and a lot of pressure coming in. And secondly, I just value the lions and the recreational opportunities we have here in Northwest Montana are pretty phenomenal. And I've been fortunate enough to meet some houndsmen and spend many days afield with them, both with a tag and without. And so I just want to be part of preserving what we have, but also trying to balance with other user groups. So I don't know that having phenomenal mountain lion hunting, but the elk hunting maybe isn't so good in Northwest Montana. So I'm hopeful that we can come to a point and maybe make some improvements and try to maybe have a little bit better balance between the user groups. So looking forward to serving on the committee. Thank you.
Justin.
Hi, everybody. I'm Justin Goody. I've been Wildlife Research and Technical Services Bureau Chief for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks since 2008. And I've had a role in developing a lot of the science we're going to talk about. And I'm here in a support role to help with the analyses that we foresee you guys are going to need, especially in between your meetings. But I'll be here throughout both of your 2-day meetings.
Thanks. Mike Ebinger.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Mike Ebinger. I'm the area biologist in Thompson Falls. My responsibility area is essentially all of Sanders County, and I appreciate the opportunity to be involved today.
Jay. Sorry, Jay, you're muted.
Apologize for that. Jay Colby, I'm an area wildlife biologist based in White Sulphur Springs, and I help pull together the mountain lion monitoring and management strategy.
Kelly.
I am Kelly Prophet. I'm a wildlife biologist for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, and I'm going to be speaking later this morning about a predator prey study that we conducted, that Fish, Wildlife, and Parks conducted in West Central Montana.
Okay, is there anyone I missed? Terrific. Well, thanks again, everyone. I guess I missed myself. So I'm Alex McInturf. As I said, I'm one of the unit leaders for the Washington Cooperative Fish and Wildlife Research Unit, and I'm really grateful to be here. As the facilitator today, my goals are to make sure we move efficiently and effectively through our agenda and toward our goals, and to make sure that the outcomes of this meeting reflect the input of the group members that are here today. So really, the less I say, the better. But there are a couple of things that I want to cover right at the beginning. The first thing I'll do is just do a very quick Zoom tutorial, and the second thing is to go over ground rules. So for Zoom, it's such a disappointment that we can't be together in person. I know that would be my preference, and I expect everyone's preference here. But luckily, we can still make this happen over Zoom. It's the best we've got. So there's just a couple of things that I want to point out that will kind of help make this experience the best it can be, even if we can't be together in person. So I think most of you all know this, but I'm going to go over it anyway. So bottom left of your screen in Zoom, there's a mute button. It would be helpful if you can mute yourself when you're not speaking. Next to it is the stop or start video button. And we'd like to request that if you're able to keep your video on today, please do so. It'll help kind of get as close as we can to that feeling of being in the same room together. So, we understand you've got to get up and stretch your legs every once in a while, and you can pop the video off. But if you can keep it on for the most part, that would be great. If you look at the right on the bottom of the screen, there's a button that says reactions, and you can have fun with that if you want. But the most relevant part is if you click that, there's another button that says raise hand, and that's how you can get my attention and the attention of the group. So click reactions, click raise hand. We might be using that feature some, so you can try it now if you want. If you've never used that before, that's where it is. As was mentioned at the beginning, this is being live streamed to the public. So wave to YouTube, you're on live right now, and we'll be on live for the rest of the meeting. And the last thing is, I learned yesterday I have the power to mute anyone. So I'll try not to let that power go to my head, and I don't expect the need to use it. But if things are getting really chaotic, I may be able to do that, or I may want to do that. So just letting you all know that that's there in Zoom. So with that, I'll just move to a couple of ground rules for the meeting today. I think first and foremost is just we want to maintain a climate of mutual respect. It was really inspiring to hear everyone's introductions, and we're all clearly passionate and motivated and generous people to be here giving our time. So let's maintain respect for one another throughout this process. And in terms of the process, we'd like to ask that everyone honor the process, and that means sticking with the process. I think the process we're going to go through might feel a little bit unfamiliar at times. It might feel a little frustrating or even slow at times, but it's a really important process that we've got planned out, and we hope you'll stick with us throughout the 2 days. Along those lines, another really important ground rule is staying on topic, and we'll talk about more what that means, what this committee is charged with, what this committee is not charged with. And we don't want to limit the conversation. We're happy to hear everyone's thoughts on everything, but let's try to stay on topic. And if there are items that come up that are really straying, we'll take note of those. We'll put them in what I'm calling the parking lot. That's a place for ideas that are off topic, but that are important to share with FWP. So they won't be just ignored, but we'll put them in the parking lot, and we'll try to move forward with the topic at hand. Minimize stories. I know everyone here is going to have some great stories, but we'll try to stay focused and efficient with our time. If you're starting off a story with "there was this one time," that's maybe a bad sign that we're getting into storyland. So try to minimize that as much as you can. Zoom is exhausting. It is for me. It is for most people. So we've got a lot of breaks scheduled in throughout the day. but please respect those by coming back in a timely manner after the end of the break. So yeah, I mentioned hand raising. So I think with that, that's the end of the ground rules. And I next want to pass it off to Sarah, who is just going to give you a very quick big picture overview of the structured decision-making process that we're going to be using. And yeah, I'll pass it to Sarah. Thanks, Sarah.
Great. Can everyone see the slides all right? Give me.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. All right. So yeah, thanks everyone so much for being here, and have a couple of busy days planned. And I think you'll find that this is very productive and will help us get to where we need to go. So I want to just start out by saying what we're here to do is to work through a difficult decision. And we want to hand over to FWP our recommendations for this decision. We're going to be using what's known as structured decision-making. This is a formal process for making decisions. And what's important to keep in mind is that this isn't here a process for debating or resolving conflicts. Instead, it's a logical and deliberative way we can make decisions based on values. And we're going to talk a lot about values throughout this process. You can think of structured decision-making, or SDM, as simply a formal application of common sense when we have situations that are too complex for the informal use of common sense. So again, it's just this logical way of making decisions. You can think of it as a way of thinking. This will help us formalize the very human process of making decisions. It's not going to make a decision for us, it's just going to clarify it. So we're not going to be using a black box here. Instead, we'll arrive at recommendations for making a decision that is transparent and explicit and using a deliberative process. The way we do this, just briefly, is we start out in step one by defining the problem. So what is it that makes this issue difficult? What are we trying to solve? The next step is defining objectives. So what would we accomplish if we could solve this problem perfectly? Then we arrive at the third step of defining alternatives or actions, different things we can do to meet objectives to solve the problem. The fourth step is defining consequences. So what will each alternative mean for meeting each objective? And then we can talk about trade-offs. So what do we stand to gain or lose by making any one decision for how we could solve this problem? And this whole cycle is known as PROACT, based on those first letters of those different steps. So when we think about making decisions, oftentimes we first say, well, what are my options? What can I do to make this decision? And that's really a natural human tendency. But we're going to start here at the top at problem definition and objectives, because if we don't first understand what the problem is and what we're trying to accomplish, then we can't make good decisions. So over the next 2 days, we're going to first dive in here into an info session for a little bit and have a discussion and question period as well. And then we're going to spend most of the rest of this first day on the first step of problem framing. And that might be surprising to you, but we find that this is, again, one of the most difficult steps that we face with this decision-making process. And it's something that we need to spend some serious time on to really fully understand and come to an understanding of this problem at hand. Day 2, we will get into the next step of formulating objectives in the morning. And then in the afternoon, we'll start going into more of the alternatives part of this process. So if we look at this cycle in an illustration format, you can see here the first couple steps is where we're going to focus again on this first 2-day meeting. And you'll also notice that there are arrows pointing backwards in this process. And that means that we'll generally need to go back a step at times and return to, say, thinking about more objectives. If we get down to this point of trying to come up with possible things we could do to solve the problem, we'll often realize we forgot about something important in our objectives. So that's just why there's these arrows going both directions in this diagram. So we'll talk more about this process and how we do it in a little bit. But first, just want to point out here the purpose of the committee. What you're here to do is to work with FWP to define a planning strategy where the objective of this planning strategy is to manage the Northwestern lion ecoregional population for population sustainability at a target level that maximizes public satisfaction related to lion hunter opportunity, lion conflict, and ungulate population trends. What we'll need to really keep in mind here are the charges for this committee. So you are responsible for helping define the target population trend, whether to keep the population stable or to increase or decrease it. We'll talk about the percent change up or down if we're going to increase or decrease the population. And then different emphases we might be able to use in different lion management units. So for example, do we want to talk about older age class harvest, conflict reduction efforts, assistance to ungulate populations, more hunter opportunity, and so on. This bottom part of this slide, though, is what we're not charged with. As you can see, that includes season structure, license types, and allocation of the quota among the line management units. And you'll probably want to talk about these things. And this is where we can use that parking lot idea that Alex mentioned, but we need to stay away from these things because that's not where we need to go with our discussions really in the next couple of days or in our later meeting either. All right, so that's all I have for now. And ready to turn it back over to our next phase here with the info section. I think we're going to Brian next. Alex, you're muted now.
Yep. Before we get to Brian, I just want to check in quickly if there are any questions before we jump into our info session. Okay, that's a resounding silent assent for Brian to go ahead and get started. So I'll turn it over to you, Brian.
Okay, I'll see if I can effectively share my screen. And now my turn to ask, can you see that?
Yes.
Very good. So I wanted to try to provide a little bit of context of, why we're using this approach, why, where this fits into our overall scheme of things. I'm not going to go into a whole lot of detail. This should be kind of a really fast overview. And like with most of this, many of you are probably very familiar with where we are in some aspects of it, maybe more familiar than I am. But I did want to kind of give everyone a little bit of context for where we are and why we're doing this. And so, the real question is, why are we using a committee here when we don't use it in some places? We've seen an awful lot of interest within our current commission or current director to try to have more of the public carrying a lot of the social end of things. Wildlife management is a science, but science doesn't drive all the answers. We have broad sideboards often biologically, and one of my colleagues in Colorado years ago was the first person I ever heard make the statement. It says our biological sideboards are often far more broad than our social sideboards are. We can manage for really high buck to doe ratios when we're worrying about deer, or we can manage for very low buck to doe ratios. And biologically, it tends to have very little difference within the reproductive success, recruitment, things of that nature. But our social interests are usually far more narrow. And it also tends to be the case with a lot of things. And so it's really important that we get that input, that we know what that social input is, and the agency is not the one that should be providing that. That's something that's important that we get from the public. This is not something that's just unique to Montana either. This is a document that was published a little over a decade, I think just about coming on a decade ago now, by the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies. Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies is about 24 Western states and provinces that work together and deal with a lot of things. And involving the public is something that all wildlife agencies recognize. But the real challenge is actually doing it effectively. And this is an excerpt from one of the chapters within the revision of that document that I just shared. It's not been published yet. It's still in final final layout and all that. But the final statement on this page, the public involvement is not a list of prescribed actions. Rather, it should be a guiding philosophy for the way an agency does business and describes an integral to good governance. It's not, it should be a way that an agency does business. So Montana adopted the Mountain Lion Monitoring and Management Strategy in February of 2019. And this document directs the department to use public input in the process of this. And the analysis that went into this outlined a lot of the ecoregionals designations that we're using, pointed out where there's a lot of the biological outline, why we wanted to have those various ones that lined out the way we are. But it also specifically states that the department will work with the public to develop clear and measurable population objectives at the ecoregion scale. This is what we're here to do. This is why we're here ultimately. The ecoregions, like I mentioned, are defined in the plan. Similarities in habitat, prey. This committee is the first of three. It's designed to be and we're going to learn a lot as we go through this, how we make this work, but we're designed to provide a 6-year recommendation for those population objectives. And these recommendations are going to be just that. They're recommendations. And it's important to recognize that ultimately the commission is the one that will be making the decision on where we move, what we do. We have different members on the commission than when the plan was adopted in February. And this can be one of the most frustrating parts of the whole process. But our job, your job, is to provide a recommendation that's ultimately going to be used by that commission to inform their final decisions. We'll learn a lot going through this process, but it's really powerful when the public is the one that's providing that input. Sarah just went over the purpose and the charge, and so I won't spend a lot of time going over the same things again. But I did want to share those, and I think that to some degree there's value in a little bit of repetition. We want the committee to tell us, what that population trend should be, and the degree of the change, and any emphases we want there. And also, as Sarah mentioned, we want to try and stay away from things like season structures, license types, and specific allocations. Those will be tiered off of the objectives that this committee recommends. So this largely concludes the information I wanted to share, but I think it's important to point out that we need you to participate. The selection process, we had 29 people submit their recommendation, their applications to be considered as part of this group. This group was, we looked at it, looked at the folks and we're trying to get people that will represent those various perspectives, and we absolutely need you to participate. And this wasn't something that, I sat down and made the decision on. This was something that we involved the regions with. Our director's office reviewed it, and this actually went clear to the governor's office before the approval was given, and that's why it took so long for us to get back to you. If you have questions as we're going through this, please ask. I know that there are aspects of some of our research, some of our management, some of our investigations that you may not agree with. And that's okay. That's fine. We need to know that. We need to be upfront with one another. We need to respect one another. We've gone over, Sarah's gone over the process a little bit, and we're using them because they are not department personnel. We want this to be independent. We do have several agency personnel here today, but we're here to serve as a resource. We're not trying to influence your input. We need your input, and we want that to be as independent as possible. But if we can answer questions, that's what we're here to do. That concludes what I was hoping to share with you this morning. And if anybody has any questions, if that's appropriate, Alex, I'd address them now or later.
Yeah, why don't folks save their questions? We've got a good long time set aside after these presentations for that. So I think we can move to, I think Kelly is next.
Okay, are you seeing my screen?
Yes, we are.
Okay, thanks. So I'm going to talk a little bit this morning about a case study in West Central Montana involving integrated carnivore ungulate management. So just to start out with some background, in Montana, there's been fairly widespread concerns, especially after the restoration of wolves, about the effects of predation on elk populations. And so one of the places that this flared up was from about 2005 to 2010 in West Central Montana, there were fairly widespread declines in ungulate populations. And so obviously when ungulate populations decline, wildlife managers are under pressure to respond. But our managers' most effective and appropriate responses, they're often unknown because ungulate populations, they're influenced by a variety of different top-down and bottom-up factors, including things like predation from multiple large carnivores, but also severe weather events, habitat, disease, land use changes, et cetera. So in each ecological system, then the relative influence of all these different factors on ungulate populations and population growth rate can vary. So in West Central Montana, in response to these declines, Fish, Wildlife, and Parks conducted 3 years of fairly intense monitoring of elk populations in the southern Bitterroot Valley to try and understand which of all these different factors was most limiting elk populations. And what we found there was that one of the most important factors limiting elk populations was predation, and specifically predation from mountain lions. So with that information, Fish, Wildlife, and Parks implemented an integrated carnivore ungulate management program. So integrated carnivore ungulate management programs, they use a combination of liberalized carnivore harvest regulations and restrictive ungulate harvest regulations to achieve increases in the ungulate populations. And so it's a multi-species approach to try and balance carnivore and ungulate numbers for the near-term benefit and increase of ungulates, while also allowing for the long-term conservation and benefit of carnivores. So what happened in West Central Montana, there were reductions. The commission in 2010 and 2011 implemented elk harvest regulations that reduced antlerless and antlered hunting opportunities. In response to the evidence that mountain lions were limiting the elk population, in 2012, the commission approved harvest regulations that were designed to reduce mountain lion density by approximately 30% in 3 of the 4 watersheds in West Central Montana. And so what I want to talk about today is a research program in West Central Montana that we use to evaluate the efficacy of this integrated management program in achieving this balance between carnivores and ungulates. So the overall objective of the project was to evaluate the effects of this integrated carnivore ungulate management on mountain lion and elk populations. And we had 2 primary questions. That's what I'm going to be talking about today. First, did changes in the harvest regulations result in changes in the mountain lion population abundance? And if so, did those changes in mountain lion population abundance result in changes in elk calf recruitment? So the study area is West Central Montana. That's Administrative Region 2. And the figure is showing the red areas are the 3 watersheds within West Central Montana that were to be managed for mountain lion population reduction. And the blue area is the area, the watershed that was to be managed for stable mountain lion populations. The red grid, that represents the Southern Bitterroot Study Area that's located in River Valley County. And that is Hunt Districts 250, the West Fork, and 270, the East Fork of the Bitterroot. So there's 2 main elk populations in there, and the mountain lion harvest management prescription was to reduce mountain lions in that area. The blue grid is in Granite County, and that area, it spans portions of 6 different hunting districts. There's 2 main elk populations in there, District 212 and 216. This was an area where they maintained consistent mountain lion harvest regulations with the goal of managing for stable mountain lion populations. And so for our first question, we wanted to understand if changes in the mountain lion harvest regulations resulted in changes in mountain lion population abundance. And so our overall research design was to then measure population abundance of mountain lions in a treatment area, so an area that was managed for reduction before and then 4 years after changes in mountain lion management were implemented. And then we also wanted to do the same thing in a control area, which is that Granite County area where they had stable mountain lion populations. So what we did is we estimated mountain lion population abundance in the South Bitterroot in 2012, immediately before those regulations were implemented. And then we waited 4 years and came back in 2016 and repeated the study. In the Upper Clark Fork, we measured mountain lion population abundance in 2013, waited 4 years, and again repeated the estimate in 2017. So how do we estimate mountain lion population abundance? It's difficult because we can't just count them like elk or deer. So they're gonna, obviously, like most carnivores, occur at relatively low densities. They're elusive, and so detection can be difficult. And the areas that they occur, we can't wait to a certain time of year the way that we would with elk or deer until they're congregated and in a relatively open area and just count them. And so when a traditional aerial survey or something like that isn't available, as in this case, an alternate to conducting a survey would be to use a capture-to-capture approach. And so that is what we did here in the Bitterroot. So we used a DNA-based spatial capture-to-capture approach. So the basic principle for a capture-to-capture estimate is that we learn about the abundance of the animals by the proportion of marked animals that we recapture. So in the example that's shown here, imagine in the first capture event, which would be the yellow circle, there are 25 that were captured, marked, and then released. During a second capture effort, which would be the blue circle, imagine you came back, and in this case, you captured 25 mountain lions, and you noticed that 5 of those animals had been previously marked in the first capture effort. We can then use the proportion of the marked to unmarked lions to estimate the total predicted number of lions in the study area. So the thing that complicates this for mountain lions is that we know that mountain lions are territorial. And so we can't just expect to randomly be capturing any of the animals. So where you are matters, and where you are influences the probability of how likely you are to be captured a second time. And so that's where the spatially explicit recapture method comes in. It simply means that we use the location data associated with an individual's capture in the model to account for the fact that capturing a mountain lion a long distance from its initial capture location is relatively less likely than if you were to go back to the exact same area within that individual's home range and recapture the animal. There's a number of other things about this that make it a little bit complicated. For example, you also would have individuals within your study area or your hunt district that have territories that only partially overlap your sampling area. And so there are days and times that you might be sampling that the animal is not going to be available for capture because it's going to be outside. It's going to be in a different portion of its home range that's located outside of your sampling area. So we also need to account for that. There's also the fact that the study areas for these types of mountain lion population estimates, they're going to be really big. And that means that the entire area cannot be sampled. So the intensity and the location of your search effort is not necessarily uniform over your entire area. And obviously places that you search more intensively, you're going to be more likely to capture and detect a mountain lion. So all of these nuances are accounted for in how we sample, how we capture, and how we recapture individuals in the study. So what this looks like in the field when we go out to estimate mountain lion abundance, the figure on the left-hand side, that grid, that is the Ravalli County study area. And so that sampling grid is a set of cells that we allocated search effort over. So in the background, you see green is predicted to be lower quality mountain lion habitat, and then the yellow and the red are predicted to be the highest quality mountain lion habitat. And so we also want to account for this in that we're more likely to detect lions in high quality habitat than low quality habitat. And so we allocated our search effort across this grid. We worked with contracted houndsmen to catch cats and sample cats. The purple lines that you see in that figure, that's search effort. And so all the places that got searched, we wanted to know how intensely or how many kilometers of search effort per grid cell was there, because as I mentioned previously, more search intensity is likely to result in more detections. So as folks were searching, as the handlers were searching for mountain lions, when a mountain lion was detected, they treated the mountain lion and used a biopsy dart to collect a small muscle sample. That muscle sample is then what we use to identify the individual animal. So that muscle sample then went to a DNA lab, and based on the unique DNA signature of each individual, track without physically marking the animals, which individuals we are capturing in different parts of the study area. So these estimates occur over the course of one winter from about December through late March. And the target is 10 to 20,000 kilometers of search effort per study area, depending on the size of the study area. So then we use this information about who the animal was, where they were captured, and how much that area had been sampled to generate an estimate of mountain lion population abundance. And so when we applied this method in the study that I just talked about, what we found was that the figure here is showing the estimated population size on the vertical y-axis. And then across the bottom, you see the estimates for the different study areas in years. And so that Bitterroot 2012 estimate, that is the predicted number of mountain lions on the landscape prior to the implementation of the mountain lion harvest regulations. The 2016 estimate, which is lower, was 4 years after the treatment, the predicted population size in that Bitterroot study area. The Clark Fork 2013 and 2017 estimates are both lower than the Bitterroot, and they're similar between the 2 years, which is what we predicted because that was an area that had been managed for stable mountain lion populations. One of the things that we noticed is that although we did see, or we did predict a decline in that mountain lion population abundance following the mountain lion harvest treatment, what we found is that there's just about the same amount of females in that pre-treatment and post-treatment era. And where most of that reduction came in was within the male segment of the population. And so in 2012, we predicted a 50-50 sex ratio. When we came back in 2016, we predicted that the male segment, only 28% of the population was male. So that is where we think that the decline in the population came in, was through that male segment of the population. So what can we conclude? We estimate that the mountain lion population abundance in that treatment area was 29% lower in 2016 than it was in 2012. And what that equates to in Hunt District 250 was a predicted population density of 3.6 lions in 2016 and 4 lions per 100 square kilometers in Hunt District 270. And so overall, the population management goals to reduce mountain lion populations were achieved in the treatment area. Mountain lion population abundance in the control areas, it was similar in 2013 and 2017, and at about 2.1 mountain lions per 100 square kilometers. And so again, the population management goal to achieve stable populations in the control area was also achieved. And then the last comment, that the current densities or the densities in 2016, they're at the higher end of estimates from other Western states. And so from a mountain lion conservation and management standpoint, the long-term conservation of the carnivore population was also achieved under this management program. So the second question was, did these changes in mountain lion population abundance result in any changes in elk calf recruitment? So the goal here was to provide a short-term increase in elk calf recruitment to try and start boosting those populations that had been in decline. So the elk populations that we focused on here are shown in the figure on the right-hand side, figure B. And so the two blue populations, Hunt District 210 and 216, are located within that Granite County area. The two red elk populations are shown, that's Hunt District 250 and 270. Those are the two hunt districts within the treatment area. So we used information from these 4 elk populations to try and assess if any of these changes in abundance were associated with changes in elk populations. So we did this using a elk population model, and we used information that was collected through our survey and inventory program. So the number of elk observed each winter, and the ratio of calves per 100 females, or the recruitment ratio, as well as the harvest information. We use that to estimate the annual recruitment rate and population growth rate for the elk populations in the treatment and control areas. So we took 5 years of survey data prior to 2012 when the treatment was implemented, and then 5 years of survey data after 2012, and we compared the dynamics of the elk population during those 2 time periods. We also accounted for things like annual weather conditions and growing season conditions that also likely influenced recruitment and population growth rate. And what we found is shown in the figure here. So on the vertical axis, we see the predicted per capita elk recruitment rate. And then across the bottom, we see our different elk populations, 210 and 216 being the control populations, and 250 and 270 are the populations located within the treatment area. And so what we see in districts 210 and 216 is a predicted recruitment rate of about 0.25 up to 0.3. And we see very similar predictions during the pre-treatment and the post-treatment era. As you move across to Hunt District 250, you can see in the pre-treatment era, we predicted a much lower elk recruitment rate than in the post-treatment era. And so pre-treatment, we're estimating an elk recruitment rate of about 0.15, and that boosts up to about 0.33 in the post-treatment era. In Hunt District 270, which is also within the treatment area, we see recruitment rates that are similar to 210 and 216, and we do see some evidence for an increase in recruitment in the post-treatment era. So one of the things here is, as I mentioned, there's a lot of other things happening in the system. And so there could be, during this 5 years prior to 2012 and after 2012, differences in weather or other things that can also be affecting the elk recruitment rate. And so what we did then is in our population model, we generated predictions assuming average weather conditions and average growing season conditions. And we asked the same questions: what's the predicted elk recruitment rate under these average conditions? And that is a way that we accounted for any potential differences in weather and environmental signatures during the 2 time periods. And when we do that, we see similar results. And so in that top graph, we're still looking at recruitment rate on the vertical axis. When we combine information from the 2 elk hunt districts in that treatment era, we see pretty stable predicted recruitment rate during the pre-treatment era. And then we see evidence for a big boost starting in 2013 in that recruitment rate. So again, 2012 is when the treatment was implemented. And what we see is that there's evidence for the strongest increase in recruitment rate immediately following the treatment and during the treatment. And that over time, that predicted recruitment rate is predicted to decline such that 2017, which is then 5 years post-treatment, the predicted recruitment rate is very similar to what happened pre-treatment. On the bottom figure, the Clark Fork study area, we see pretty consistent trends in elk recruitment across all the time periods. Again, these estimates are based on a prediction that assumes average weather conditions. So what can we say as a result of this? Overall, I think what these results suggest is that carnivore harvest, it may be an effective tool for increasing ungulate recruitment. And so in this particular case study, we see that a 2-year estimated 17 and 12% mountain lion population harvest rate resulted in approximately a 29% reduction in the mountain lion population abundance. And that did achieve a short-term increase in elk calf recruitment and population growth. Those increases in elk recruitment were greatest immediately post-treatment, and then they declined fairly quickly over time. And so while there was an increase in recruitment, it was an ephemeral treatment. The harvest treatment was backed off, and then the elk population returns essentially to pre-treatment levels. So I would say these particular results are unique to the Bitterroot study area, which has a unique set of carnivores, set of ungulates, set of habitat. And these exact numbers don't necessarily translate to other study areas such that you couldn't expect to implement that like a 17 or 12% mountain lion harvest rate and get the same changes in your elk populations elsewhere. That's going to be dependent on your system. But what does translate from this case study to other areas is that the types of tools that we develop to evaluate the ungulate and the carnivore harvest management, we can use them to improve our understanding of carnivore harvest as a tool for increasing elk populations and provide some reference carnivore harvest target rates for managers to use when they're prescribing harvest to try and achieve certain ungulate population responses. And we can also use these tools then to quantify the effectiveness or the lack of effectiveness of our management programs so that decision makers can use science to start to inform these harvest management decisions. And so before I end, I just want to acknowledge this study. It occurred from 2011 through 2018 in the Bitterroot, and I want to thank all the folks from the Bitterroot Valley community that supported the projects and our project partners at University of Montana and Montana State that contributed to the effort. We had a lot of funders, a lot of field work, and a lot that went into this. So with that, I will end this and I guess take questions after the next talk.
Thank you, Kelly. We've got one more talk and then we'll have a good amount of time for questions. So thanks everyone for your attention. So Dave, you're next.
Okay. Is my audio okay? Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. And then I'm also wondering, will you be able to see my mouse on the screen?
Give it a little movement and we'll see.
No, I guess not, because I'm moving it right now. Okay.
Let's see. You are in this interview though, so we can see your notes as well as your slides.
Oh. Let me see if I can fix that just so it's not distracting. I don't think there's any notes in there, but I'm going to change this screen I'm sharing quick. Is this one any different here?
Give the slideshow a start and we'll see.
It started.
Okay. Yeah, we can see your slides, so I think you can.
Okay, yeah. All right. Well, I'm speaking to the program that we have in place that's outlined in the lion management plan, where we describe how we're going to estimate population abundance in the ecoregion, and how we're going to model that abundance in response to whatever change that the committee decides is appropriate. We can look at, if there's a percent change suggested, we can look at what the harvest might accomplish that, or reduction in harvest might accomplish that. So I'm going to get into some of the details of those methods. So the three kind of cornerstones of the monitoring and—
Sorry, Dave, to interrupt you. We're still seeing your title slide. So it may not be sharing the right way still. Sorry about that.
Okay, I'll back out and see if I can. Let's see. So I'm going to change how I have two monitors up, and I suspect that's the problem. So just give me 1 second to make sure they're displaying the same thing.
I think that's done at this time.
Okay, third time's the charm.
There we go.
So let's get rid of this. As I was saying, there's kind of three cornerstones to this monitoring and modeling program. The ecoregions, which Brian discussed briefly, and I'll have a couple more detail on. So that's what you're charged with making recommendations for in the Northwest here today and tomorrow. The other part of this is having a repeatable, cost-effective field monitoring program so we can directly estimate abundance, which I'm using the letter N here, a little bit of wildlife management jargon, but N refers to population size. So we need a cost-effective method to do that at regular intervals, and that's basically the spatial capture-recapture program that Kelly described using the Bitterroot. That's kind of what we're carrying forward to keep tabs on population over time. And the last part is a population modeling tool to take the available information sources and to give us an idea of what happened in the period between spatial capture-recapture monitoring efforts, and also to be able to plug in different harvest prescriptions and see how we would expect those to impact the population size over a 1, 2, 3, 5 year time horizon. So the ecoregions, we've already talked a bit about these, but they're large contiguous areas of broadly similar habitat types, and habitat quality also kind of being similar in these areas. And we've quantified habitat with a resource selection model, which I'm going to discuss also in the next couple slides. And one of the criteria was that these ecoregions would be large enough that harvest prescriptions can be effective given lions like great capacity to disperse. So You don't want management units that are so small that the harvest prescriptions that are applied within them could be ineffective because either lions move into the area from source populations outside of the management unit, or they move out because there's more available habitat outside of the area if for instance, harvest was light inside of the management unit. And so the size of these ecoregions is meant to basically have more of a closed population with less dispersal, influencing whether or not we're able to achieve the population change that we prescribe. I mentioned the resource selection model. So this is called a resource selection function. Again, some more jargon, abbreviated RSF. And that basically describes across the landscape what areas have the highest value for mountain lions. And if you look in the top right there, that gives some of the variables that we use to describe lion habitat suitability. And basically, we use radio collar data to and follow the movements of animals and see what areas they're selecting and what they're not using. And that takes all those variables and comes up with a model based on what lions actually used, that we can then project across the landscape. So of course, we're limited to things that we have continuous spatial data on. And some of the things that aren't included in this model would be harvest history or disturbance and prey abundance, because we don't have like a solid spatial layer to apply those to. And that's basically part of why we need to do repeated monitoring over time, is because those things can change with time, whereas these other habitat variables that are in the top right, those are going to be constant essentially. So the idea is in each of the 3 Western ecoregions, every 6 years, we will generate a population estimate, and these will be based on these trend area monitoring areas. So if you look in the upper center picture there, it shows the Northwest ecoregion outline with the green fill. And then those are the 2 trend areas that Molly Parks did sampling on during 2019, 2020, and in 2020, 2021. There's a permanent trend area, which will be that upper one between Libby and Thompson Falls there, and then a supplemental area that may be moved around over time or potentially can be discontinued. But the idea with that is to get a more representative sample of the relationship between lion abundance and lion habitat quality, recognizing that there can be like differences across the ecoregion and harvest history or prey abundance. And also it reduces the amount of area that we're going to need to extrapolate to get the ecoregion abundance estimate. So in each of these trend areas, we estimate the abundance of all independent age, so generally greater than 15 months aged lions within the trend area during the winter monitoring period. And this abundance estimate includes resident and transient animals because both of those are legal to harvest. So they are part of the population that when we set harvest prescriptions, you'll be harvesting both resident and transient animals. So it's important to quantify both of those in our density estimates. And because the results are spatially explicit, we can estimate that relationship between lion abundance and habitat quality and extrapolate it to the trend area. So I'll kind of briefly discuss the Northwest ecoregion trend area results from 2019, 2020. And Molly's actually going to speak after me. She has a couple slides to describe the actual fieldwork process. So if you're curious about that, that's coming up. So in that Northwest ecoregion, the Hounds Crew folks captured 68 unique lions. And this table here shows 52 of those individuals were only captured once, 10 were captured twice, 5 were captured 3 times, and so on. And we have the different sample types. So whether it came from a biopsy dart, that's muscle, whether it was hair or scat collected backtracking lions, or from an animal harvested. So in addition to the houndsman getting samples, we also had took samples from all the lions that were harvested and reported in the region and the surrounding areas, so that if an animal died, we knew that there was no chance of us recapturing it. We were able to capture that in the model. So that included lions that could have left this study area. And in the oh, okay. Zoom just popped up there. Is everything still going okay with my audio?
Your audio is good, but I just lost the screen share. I don't know if others did as well. Looks like.
Okay, it looks like Zoom reset, so let me back up. Are we back?
We're back.
Okay. In the right panel here, we show the habitat quality. So the scale is from lighter to darker. The darker is higher quality. Kelly mentioned that because of road access and terrain, we can't necessarily have even search effort throughout the full area. So you can see that the darker grid cells there had more search effort, and that's important to quantify for estimating what our likelihood of detecting a lion if it was present in the grid cell was. And then also in that bottom right panel, you have the number of captures per grid cell, kind of showing where we captured lions. And this produces capture history. So here I have an example of about 15 lions out of the 68 that were captured. And each row refers to a different lion. And then SO just stands for sampling occasion. So that's 1 through 4, basically corresponding to December, January, February, March. And you can see like that first lion wasn't captured in the first December sampling occasion, but was captured in the second, but then never seen again. If you go down a bit further, you can see some were captured in the December session and never again. Some weren't captured until the 4th session. So this gives us an idea of what our likelihood of detecting an animal. If detection probability of every lion was 1, like if you look for it, you're going to find it, you'd have 1 in every single one of these columns. But the fact that, we're still capturing lions for the first time at the last March sampling occasion, that indicates that we're not able to detect every single lion in the study area. And so we need to account for that imperfect detection probability when we try to estimate how many lions, resident and transient, are in the area. And the estimate for the Northwest Trend area was 4.9 lions per 100 kilometers squared. I have a slide later that shows some context, but that's kind of a higher end of lion densities that have been seen in Montana and other states and provinces. And that corresponds to about a 21% detection rate. Now that's including that 10-kilometer buffer around the sampling area. So I took the estimated population in there, divided that by the 68 animals detected for that 21%. Now, if you just looked at animals that we believe have their home range center within the actual grid cells that were searched, that detection rate would be higher, of course. So that might be more like 50% if you're just looking at the animals that have a home range centered in the area. And that's somewhat intuitive. They're more likely to be in the grid cells when we're searching for them. Whereas that 326 number there, that includes animals that might only be in the sampling area, part of the season that we're looking for them. But again, important to account for, and because we're getting a density estimate, we can kind of extrapolate that or pull that back in as necessary. The supplemental area was on the Middle Clark Fork along Interstate 90 there. You can see in the right panel in particular. There we captured 60 unique individuals. 42 of them were biopsy darts. Samples were collected from biopsy darts. And a much greater percentage of the captures or recaptures was from dead lions in this case. Again, here's another example of some of the capture histories, basically just conveying the same ideas as in the previous slide, that capture probability is definitely not one across sessions. And here we had a slightly higher detection rate for that grid cells and the buffered area surrounding it. And we estimated a lower overall lion density at 3.6 lions per 100 square kilometers. And I forgot to mention this in the previous slide, but we give the 90% credible interval. So you don't want to anchor too much on the actual 3.6. It's better to realize that there's quite a bit of uncertainty, you know, in estimating that detection probability parameter and other parts of the model. So we have to think of it in a bit more, I guess, vague terms, that we're 90% sure it's between 2.3 and 7.7 given this model. You know, 60% confidence interval would be even tighter than that. So the more certain you want to be of that the interval you're showing contains the actual population size, the wider that interval has to be. So we took these two trend area abundance estimates and extrapolated them across the ecoregion using the resource selection model I mentioned in the previous slide. And so that basically gives a relationship between predicted density and habitat quality. And that's how we fill in the spaces that we didn't sample. So here I've clipped out the areas that were covered by the trend areas. So that's where we have a direct estimate of abundance. And then the remaining kind of purple area here was the area we had to extrapolate to, again, based on this relationship. And in both of the trend areas, so 2019, 2020 sampling periods, we estimated a similar relationship. So those two lines overlap each other almost completely, indicating that the habitat quality lion density relationship was just about the same. So that was good to see, and gives us a bit more confidence in extrapolating that relationship across the rest of the ecoregion. And there we have a population estimate, the density of 3.73 per 100 kilometers squared. And that corresponds to 1,376 lions, we believe, are in the ecoregion. And for a bit of context, here's other Montana lion density estimates. So the first one using the spatial capture-recapture method was in the Blackfoot drainage 2005, 2006. And using the same detection probability model as we used in all these other studies, that had probably the highest estimate of the entire, of all the studies that have been conducted. Again, pretty broad confidence intervals, but that clearly the highest of the ones we've estimated to date in the areas, drainages, study areas we've estimated to date. The middle Clark Fork, the upper Clark Fork, Kelly mentioned that was the control area in the Bitterroot carnivore ungulate study, and that was at the lower end of the range. And then basically everything else falls in between. All the way to the far right is the ecoregion estimate, which is probably in the middle to lower end of the densities we've observed across Montana. And that falls roughly within what densities have been seen in other states and provinces, although the methodologies haven't always been the same. So there's some issue comparing estimates from other states and provinces that used different methods to estimate abundance. So quickly, the integrated population model, that's the next step of this. So we use these abundance estimates for the ecoregion as input, and then we take other data such as the reported harvest by age and sex and estimates of survival and fecundity that we have from radio collar studies to basically take that number and project it forward into the future based on assumptions about how many animals we're going to harvest and what their natural productivity of the population is and what survival is in absence of harvest. And the integrated population model also helps us between years still get population estimates based on this relationship between harvest and harvest rate. So if you have an estimate of what the harvest rate is, and we always know how many animals are harvested because it's mandatory reporting, we can get back, kind of reconstruct that to a population size before the harvest took place. And that's what the integrated population model does in years between our 6-year ecoregion population estimate. And then the IPM helps us forecast population change by plugging in hypothetical levels of harvest and, based on the population objectives that are going to be set by the ecoregion committee over the next month or so. And so if there's any more questions on that, we'll be taking questions after Molly presents a bit on this. I also put up my email there if you wanted to contact me directly about any of the questions related to this. And I would say that the Mountain Lion plan document that Jay Colby and others have worked on, that's a really solid reference. And I find it pretty easy to understand, plain language. There's not a lot of fluff in there. So it's a pretty good place to go. And if you have a question about the monitoring plan, have a look in there. And if you still have questions, feel free to reach out to me. With that, I'll stop sharing. Molly can take over.
Okay, let me see if I can share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay. Well, hello again, everyone. I'm Molly, and I thought I would just share with you a little bit more about our field monitoring methods, how we go out there and collect our data and our samples. So I get the fun part of the talk. I wanted to start with this slide. You already have seen these maps, but I just wanted to draw your attention to a few things here. Again, that map on the left is showing you the Northwest ecoregion with the two monitoring areas, the permanent area in Libby in the red, and that supplemental area that we were in last winter down in the gold. So if you look at the map on the right, that is a closer look at the Middle Clark Fork monitoring area. Now you'll see that there's a grid overlaid on that monitoring area. That's a 5x5 kilometer grid that breaks the monitoring area down into something like 100 cells. Now each one of those cells is uniquely numbered, and we generate a randomized list of those cells to basically randomize our search effort throughout the winter. So we are basically rotating through that study area in a random fashion. Oh, actually, one other thought. I do want to also draw your attention. If you look at that map on the right, you'll notice that checkerboard of land ownership that we are so acquainted with in Western Montana. We've got our Forest Service, we've got the blue, which is DNRC state lands. We've got a lot of purple down in that area, which is our FWP lands, both state park and wildlife management area, and then a host of private lands along the interstate. So as we head to this next slide, this is part of that Libby monitoring area. Again, you'll see the checkerboard, and here you see a lot more of that grayish white. That's actually a mix of private lands and then Weyerhaeuser and Stimson as well. So a lot more of those timber companies. So it was really important over the last few years to establish some really strong working relationships with these different landowners. We worked closely with the ranger districts, multiple ranger districts involved, the lumber folks. We worked with the state lands and basically got access for our crew to go into restricted areas and gated areas so that we can more thoroughly search these cells and be as effective as we could. So that was a really critical piece of this process. So once we had our monitoring areas established and that random order ready to go for the season, we have our partnerships in place, it was time to hire a crew. So we solicited bids from houndsmen from the public to essentially get hired on and do all of our field work for us. Our monitoring is all done by our contracted houndsmen, and they are contracted to basically track, tree, and sample these mountain lions throughout the winter rotating through that study area. We also have them backtracking those lion tracks to see if the lions are associated with a family group and to collect hair and scat samples opportunistically. Those just add to that genetic sample pool for the analysis that Dave was just discussing. We also have them collecting spatial data. So basically our houndsmen, every day they go out in the field, are collecting a track log of all of their search efforts. So Kelly had mentioned this as well, but we're trying to quantify the kilometers searched per cell to help inform that population estimate. So that's another important piece of the contractor's job. And so of course, at the end of the day, we have these folks filling out a data sheet that helps us to track all of this data and all the samples through the analysis process. So finally, once we have our crew together, the last thing before the season begins is just rounding up the rest of our gear so that we can all hit it December 1st. So here in this slide, you just see some tools of the trade. In the left on this picture, you just see our CO2 powered dart rifle. And then in the kit there sitting on the backpack, you see some orange darts. We paint them orange so we have a prayer of finding them in the woods. You'd be amazed how tricky some of these guys are to find. But those are the biopsy darts that collect that small muscle sample that we can genetically analyze for those individual signatures that will allow us to determine how many individuals we've caught and how many times we've recaptured them. And then in the kit, you'll also see some of those small clear vials with the blue lid. Those are desiccant beads in those vials, and that helps to preserve the samples through the process of getting them to the lab and analyzed. So I thought it might be easier and maybe even more fun to walk you through a day in the life so that you can understand how we're collecting the data and samples. So everything really begins the night before. We're all based out of a bunkhouse. It's kind of our headquarters for the crew for the winter. And so we have a great wall map with the study area and the grid. We've got our randomized list for our order, and then we've got tracking sheets to help us keep track of what's been searched and what's been sampled to date. So we're kind of making a game plan and getting those assignments the night before. So the next morning, it's an early start. Of course, in the dark, we're getting all the hounds loaded up and the gear loaded up, and we're heading out to those target cells. So you can just see in the picture on the left, we have Lorraine Henson with her black and tans, picking her A team for the day and loading those dogs up, getting ready to roll. So now, once we are officially driving and beginning the search, we're not on a highway, but if we're actually looking for tracks, we're going to go ahead and turn on that track log, and we are going to begin recording all of our search effort for the day. And so if you look at the picture in the upper right, this is just from the dash of the Henson's truck. You actually see multiple units there. The phone on the right actually has the Avenza application on the phone, which is really great because we can import that grid layer right into the phone and on the map, and you can see exactly what cell you're in, if you are sampling your intended cell, if you're in an adjacent cell. It just really helps to track where you're searching and if you're covering as much of that cell as you can. And then behind that, they've got their drive track, which is great for additional satellite imagery and mapping. And then if you have dogs on the ground, it'll check that as well. So just another quick note on our daily search. We run things a little different than a typical houndsman. If you're out there for fun or outfitting, guiding, you might be running every drainage north of the highway, hitting your hot spots where lions are likely to cross, just looking for a track. For us, we have a focal target area that we're really trying to scour for that particular day. So in this example, the orange cell is 3927, if you can read that. That would be the example target cell for the day. The adjacent cells in yellow are also potentially part of that day search, depending on a lot of factors. Maybe the network of roads requires that you drive through some of the adjacent cells to access that cell, and you'll be searching along the way. Perhaps the cell doesn't have that many roads and you've got plenty of daylight left, so you'll be searching some of that surrounding area. But the idea is to identify and sample any and all independent aged lions that are in that particular area for that day. There's a lot of different scenarios that will unfold in the field that determine whether we'll return to an area the next day or move on even that day, despite the fact that was the assigned area. Things like wolf activity might mean that we shift gears and come back again. There's other lion hunters, again, we might move. Or if you find multiple individuals, it might take several days to go in there and round them all up, but the idea is to be as thorough as possible and get all those samples. So now we're searching, we find a track. It's time to put dogs on the ground if the coast is clear. So again, we're looking at hazards, things like too much wolf activity that could be a danger to the dogs. Perhaps there are other hunters, houndsmen in the area. In that case, we aren't trying to compete and get in a race to the tree. We'll simply shift gears. And in the event that they harvest the lion, we're also collecting harvest samples. So the genetic material will still end up in our sample pool. So at this point, it's time to let the hounds do their job and run their race. And so on the left here, we've got a picture of Cody and Lorraine's black and tan on a beautiful day up in Libby. And here, you've all heard that before. It's the sound of our hounds with the lion in the tree waiting to get a sample. So now it's time to gear up and head to the tree. We're gonna make sure we have that dart rifle in tow and grab that dart kit. And we're gonna head on in. And once we're at the tree, we're going to take a waypoint at the tree and we're going to go ahead and dart that line and get that genetic sample. And so you can see Casey, who's actually with us today, here on the left, getting ready to line up and take a shot on one of our lions. The lion on the right is one that Cody and Lorraine got that first winter. And I'm down in the bottom smiling just because we actually found the dart. So at this point, we're going to retrieve the dart as quickly as possible, hopefully before the lion vacates the tree. We're going to use a toothpick to extract the genetic material. So you can see in that middle picture, they're using a toothpick to push out that tissue into one of the desiccant vials, and then they're labeling it so that we can track that unique sample throughout the genetic analysis and again, into that population estimate. And finally, before we leave the tree, we're just trying to locate the rest of those darts. As I mentioned, it's not always the easiest thing to find these. Sometimes you get that perfect shot where it's one shot, you hit the lion and it falls beautifully at the base of the tree. But oftentimes you have them up in this high, brushy, nasty tree where it takes a bunch of darts just to get your sample, in which case they're flying everywhere and they're buried in the powder and you're just trying to find them before we leave. And so the picture on the right here is kind of neat. This is one just from maybe 2 weeks ago. Cody and Lorraine sampled this lion, but in that cloud of snow below, you can actually see the dart coming out of the tree. So now it's time to head back to the truck and continue the search. Again, if there's more cell to cover, more roads and trails, we want to uncover any and all lions of independent age that we can sample. And this was just a fun slide. Lions aren't the only thing you'll find in trees. As I mentioned, those darts can be a pain. And so the blob up in the tree on the right is actually Lorraine climbing up to get one of the darts that we did not, it didn't hit the ground. So I just wanted to touch quickly on a few of the challenges that we've faced over the last couple winters. Each study area has a unique set of challenges, but the big one for us has been bare ground. We've had these really long stretches of mild winter, and so we've had a lot of bare ground, dry ground conditions. Of course, it's hard to find a track. It's sometimes hard for the dogs to complete the race and get the line to the tree. We've also had quite a bit of extensive wolf activity in certain pockets throughout the study areas over the last 2 winters. And so again, those are just challenges that we have to navigate, perhaps move to a different cell and come back either when there's better snow or no more wolf activity for that particular day. But despite those challenges, we've still navigated them successfully and got our samples. And so here we just have a not very good picture of the first day I went out with Casey, that very first year in Libby. We had mostly dry ground conditions and had a hard time finding a track, but struck one out of the box and still got our sample at the end of the day. So we still make it work and persevere. So this slide is showing you all of our search effort for last winter. We were again in the middle Clark Fork on I-90, and all the different colors represent different days of search. And then you can see purple stars, and those are all the locations of trees that we sampled last winter. You can also see in the picture on the right, one of our muscle samples that was heading off to the lab. So just to kind of wrap this all back up, we're basically out there collecting these genetic samples. We're also collecting harvest samples from in and around the monitoring area. Again, as Dave mentioned, you might have an animal whose home range overlaps the study area boundaries. So by collecting the harvested samples outside as well as inside the monitoring area, you can detect lines that perhaps were sampled inside and then harvested just outside the boundaries. And so again, that all is going to be passed on to the lab for the genetic analysis to determine those individuals and the sex of those individuals. And then that will ultimately get passed back to Dave for the population estimate and the extrapolation to the ecoregion. And so moving forward, this is where you all come into play. We are now moving into our adaptive harvest management phase of this process. And so essentially, this is where we hand the estimate to you and you determine where you would like to see this population go. What is the trend that you would like to see over the next 6 years? And so once we make those recommendations, or you, I should say, we will come up with some harvest prescriptions to attempt to meet those objectives, implement them, continue our monitoring, come back, and I think we're about 4 years out from Libby again, and we will reevaluate and see if we met our objectives and make some adjustments as needed. So with that, just want to thank all the folks who helped make the last few years a success. And I guess if there's no questions, we will pass it back to our facilitators.
Great. Thanks so much, Molly. And yeah, appreciate everyone. This is the longest we'll talk at you over the 2 days. So thanks for staying tuned and staying engaged. We do have now a lot of time, almost an hour set aside for a question and answer session. So hopefully everyone has been taking good notes and has lots of good questions to ask. I will just preface the Q&A by saying that even with an hour of time, we may not answer all possible questions and resolve every potential issue or question about the science. And if we don't, that's okay. That won't inhibit us from doing our job over the next 2 days. So let's take this opportunity to talk with our panelists and ask questions, and then we'll take a break and move into the next phase. So who has a question or comment?
Well, it's kind of a lot to absorb right off the bat. You know, I guess I have to be the goat here, so I'm going to do it. So nobody's speaking up. But I guess I'm going to send David a question through email just because I'm curious. When I read the mountain lion management study you guys did in 2019, when you guys were doing estimates of population, this is a question. So, and they basically took the number of mountain lions on the grid that they figured were there. They multiplied it towards the acreage. I'm just asking this question, and then they come up with what they figured was the average density of lions in that area. Is that how they did it? Is that basically the way I'm understanding it, right?
That's not exactly it. So it's hard to describe the process without getting into the jargon. That is not an inaccurate way to describe it, like that detection probability times the number we found, and that gives you the abundance, for a specific amount of area. But that spatial capture recapture model basically tries to estimate the distribution of lions, like where their home range centers actually are, as affected by the habitat quality. So I hope we're not talking like parallel to each other here, but does that help at all?
Well, yeah. I just noticed that in that, like when Kelly Prophet was doing her diagram, she showed the high density where lions were likely to be versus as it got, and that's exactly, I'm just looking at it. I don't hunt the Bitterroot, but I understand it's the same everywhere, so I can understand what she's talking about there. But if she was taking, I was just asking, are you guys taking the full kilometer and the squares and then doing lines? Because a lot of those places that are high density are being figured in. And I wonder when really, is that, you understand what that question I'm asking?
I think so. So the density is, modified based on habitat quality. So it's per grid cell. I think that's what you were asking. So
to me, that it could be skewed a little bit because some of those areas aren't high density anyway.
Some of those areas are not.
I mean, are not. Like some of the areas they're talking in her I'm going back to her example because it was perfect. I thought the way she did it, and it showed where the high density of lions was, and then it showed where there wouldn't be high density, and that's why she concentrated where she did. And even though I'm not saying there's no lions in those other areas, if you did it by per square foot of those areas included in then it could be more. You could be thinking there's more lions than there are. I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, so are you talking about like where the search effort occurred?
Right, yes.
So the protocol tries to avoid that. So obviously if you're running into a lot of tracks in a grid cell because it's high density, you might end up spending more time there. But the way the protocol is designed is we don't want the crews focused in areas that have a high density of lines. They're supposed to be spreading out the search effort. So Molly was showing that we have a randomized list of all those grid cells, and every day they're headed out to a new cell. I mean, after a cell's been completely searched. So the effort's distributed that way. And if it ends up being uneven because of the road network or because we have to spend more time because we're finding more tracks in an area, that's partly accounted for by the GPS loggers that are running and giving us the kilometer of area searched in each grid cell. But that is something Molly has to kind of carefully manage, is to make sure the search efforts being well distributed given the road network that allows the crews to search for tracks.
Okay.
Josh, I see your hand raised, but I see Kelly's is raised too. I want to jump to Kelly in case she's answering this particular question.
What I heard Terry asking Dave was if you accounted for the underlying resource selection function, the habitat quality in your extrapolations, or if you extrapolated a flat density across acreage. And I think you did account for quality when you were doing your extrapolation, correct?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, that's the question I was asking. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, Terry. If it seems like I'm talking past you and we can't get it kind of worked out on Zoom here, yeah, absolutely send me an email and I can answer any questions that way too.
Okay. All right.
Okay, Josh, got your hand there.
Yeah, question for Kelly regarding the study. I believe you indicated that the populations after the study went back to pre-study levels. So my question is, were there no permanent target adjustments for that area based on the study or the perceived success of that study, or was the purpose of it simply to demonstrate that it was an effective management tool?
Right. So what we found is that the increase in elk recruitment only lasted for a couple of years. But what we see in terms of how that initial bump and increase in the number of calves recruited in the population, it does reset those elk populations into either a stable or a slow increasing population trajectory. And so from that standpoint, the populations have not continued to decline. They've either been stable or started to increase again. And so while the boost in recruitment was ephemeral, the overall impact on the population that has persisted through time in terms of stabilizing the populations. And then in terms of the harvest treatment, the harvest treatment was implemented as prescribed by the commission for 1 year in 2012. In 2013, there was some relatively minor changes, reductions in the harvest. And during that year, Fish, Life and Parks convened a citizens advisory group to go through a structured decision-making process. And that group, which was comprised of ungulate hunters, hound hunters, different stakeholders, that group made a set of recommendations to the commission that were adopted in 2014. And the recommendations coming out of that process that started in 2014 is what essentially reduced the harvest treatment. And I think some of the folks on this call were involved with that process and that set of recommendations that went to the commission in 2014.
Okay, so basically the harvest treatment, it was only used temporarily and then reduced in 14.
That's correct.
Thank you.
All right, Casey's got his hand up.
Yeah, I had a question for Kelly. We're talking about harvest treatment, and can you extrapolate a little bit on what that treatment was and what the actual results of those harvests were in relationship to pre-2012 to during that treatment period?
Yeah, so the harvest treatment, it was an increase from 0 females to 7 per hunt district in the first year. I'd have to take a minute to pull up my notes to look at the exact numbers of males, but there was an increase in the male quota and then an increase in the female quota, which had been 0 to 7. And I could, if in the next couple of minutes, I could maybe pull up a table of the exact numbers if you'd like to see it, or maybe Jay, somebody else on this call might have that.
No, very good. With that too, was there any other changes in carnivore harvest treatments in those areas? I mean, I'm sure you account for all that, but what was the case in that particular study?
Yeah, so are you asking about bears and wolves? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So the black bear regulations were liberalized to add 2 extra weeks to the spring rifle hunt.
Okay.
And the wolf regulations during this time were kind of all over the place. This was a period where Fish, Wildlife, and Parks had wolf management authority and then lost wolf management authority and then regained management authority. And so the wolf regulations were changing. Over time, after the state regained management authority, I'd have to look at the exact details. There was a liberalized hunt. Trapping was allowed in around 2015. Somebody can probably correct me here. But over time, the wolf regulations were liberalized to increase higher bag limits and then also include trapping.
Was U.S. Fish and Wildlife involved in any pack removals or anything in that area during that period of time? Or?
No, so Liz is probably the best person to speak to this. There were management removals, particularly in that 270 unit that occurred. That was done by APHIS primarily as related to livestock issues. But there was not any like population control efforts unless it was a conflict pack.
Oh, thank you, Kelly.
All right, Grover.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, I'd like to know with Kelly there, the female, and the female population is the only thing I'm kind of considering here is you come up with 97 females in the study area. The quota was 8 females for the study area for the full 4 years. And you had a 29% reduction. How do you get the average female? The Garnett study showed that the average female will produce 1.29 kittens to maturity a year. And if you got 97 females and you only shoot 8 a year, how do you get a 30 or a 29% reduction in the population? Did you hear?
Okay, so the way that we would typically run the numbers to estimate births, deaths, immigration, emigration, productivity, survival rates would be through a collaring study where we're estimating all of those vital rates, which is, I think, what you're talking about here. We have no estimates of productivity, female survival, of male survival. We don't have any of that type of data from the type of study that we conducted. The only information that we have about the population is who we caught, when and where, and how that related to search effort and habitat quality during each of the time periods. So in terms of explaining the how is the population operating, and we do not have vital rate information to even get into that here. So I can't speak to that. All we have is our field information that was, we worked in the same area with primarily the same staff, and conducted a very similar population estimate in 2 different time periods results.
Okay, can you hear me? That's good.
All right, I see Benny's hand up.
Yeah, that's good for me.
Great, thanks, Grover. Go ahead, Benny.
Couple of questions. I wanted to make sure that we really understood what you define as the quality habitat. I understood it as quality for you to be able to access and look for lions, not necessarily quality lion habitat. Is that correct?
Yes, sorry if I was unclear about that. No, it's from the lion's perspective. So it was based on what habitat they were using when they were being when they were wearing radio collars. So I forget the exact sample size, number of lions that carried a radio collar, but it was based on what they used versus what was available to them.
Okay, and how about, did you look at the age of the males that you harvested during that study?
Are you talking about Kelly's study?
Yes.
Okay, I'll let Kelly get that.
The harvested animals, sometimes when they check through, sometimes have an age estimate, sometimes do not. In the field, we just aged them into classes. The harvested samples, depending on who checked them, we have different levels of information on them.
Okay, my last question is about the dart, but just a comment. I guess if you harvest an excess number for 1 year, I guess you would expect your results to be short-lived. You know, other studies like with coyotes in northwestern Nevada and the effect on mule deer have pretty much shown that, you know, when you quit harvesting the coyotes, then the coyotes come back and the mule deer go back down. My question about the dart, I assume it's a core biopsy, and it looked like on your first slide, it's pretty close to the abdomen. Have you had any problems with puncturing the gut and maybe leading to peritonitis, which you probably not know about because you wouldn't recover the lion? And that's all my questions.
I could try to take that one. We are aiming for the haunches for our samples. So the majority of the time are taking a sample out of the musculature on the hind end. So we're not aiming for the abdomen. Those are very rare shots for our folks, and they're pretty good aim. So if there was an incidental situation like you explained with the peritonitis, we wouldn't know, but we're not aiming for the abdomen or even the chest. We're aiming for the haunches.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Timothy. Your hand.
Yes, just first one is, I have 2 questions, but first one is just make sure that I'm understanding this too. The mountain lions are a polygamous population, so reduction in the males aren't necessarily going to have a long-term effect on the population because the limited number of males will still reproduce with the females. And so the females will still continue to have the same offspring. So as long as we have a low harvest of females, the population of mountain lions will recover quickly. Is that correct?
I don't see anybody jumping in, Timothy, but you're right about that. We have seen, especially in smaller areas, populations recover quickly after harvest quotas are reduced, particularly for females. And we know that the flip side of that is also true in relatively small areas. When female harvest is increased, the density can be reduced pretty quickly. That was one of the primary conclusions of the long-term study in the Blackfoot drainage that Grover helped with. So in that case, the harvest was increased, the population reduced quickly, and then it increased quickly when harvest was eliminated, which is kind of what we've seen and what others have seen around the West. And that is because of reproduction, where mountain lions are good reproducers, but also because of dispersal and immigration into an area after harvest is reduced, if that makes sense.
Yes, thank you, Justin. And secondly, have we seen a lot of wolf predation on baby lions, on cubs? And is the wolf population causing a loss of habitat that we have to adjust our ideal population for the mountain lions because the carrying capacity of the environment doesn't exist anymore?
Yeah, I don't see anybody that spoke jumping in, Timothy. And what I can say is that we haven't conducted mountain lion vital rate research to look at that. So in other words, mountain lions wearing radio collars where enough of them marked to look at competition with wolves or predation from wolves. There has been some recent work that came out of Northwest Wyoming where they found that is the case, where mountain lion density was being reduced. And I'm not really familiar with those studies. Maybe Molly or Dave or Kelly or someone else is, but I do think that is a concern. We just don't have a lot of information about it.
All right, thank you again, Justin.
All right, I think I see Cody's hand.
Hey, sorry, I can't find a hand on anywhere on the Zoom thing. I've been researching it.
I don't want to cut you off, Cody, but it looked like Liz was going to step in and help me there. Like maybe she knew something.
Okay, yes, Liz, go ahead if we're on the previous topic.
Yeah, I was just gonna add that I remember some data from Northwest Wyoming that found that females would keep their kittens with them a little longer, and as such is possible a response to wolves around. And so that could have an effect on reproduction long term. But again, I don't know at this scale that it's just with the other work being done here to estimate densities, that it's probably a really big effect.
All right, thanks, Liz. So Cody, go ahead. Sorry to cut you off.
No problem. Hey, one of the things that I've been noticing in certain areas with wolves over lions was running lions off their kills, and then that forced to harvest another ungulate. And so that's one concern that I had is the lion being blamed for more kills, even though the wolves are chasing him off of their kill, if that makes sense. We're really careful terms in areas, obviously, with wolves for obvious reasons. But one of the things I've noticed is as soon as our wolf tracks hit a lion track, they're running it just like my dogs. So have you guys noticed anything or had any studies on that?
That was something that came up in the Bitterroot study. I didn't talk about that part of the study, but we had marked females and marked calves that we were tracking, and then we were investigating the mortalities. That came up quickly by a number of folks that were working in the study area, and we didn't have a formal way to address it in that study. But what we were able to do is we had a handful of trail cams that we'd put on those carcasses. And so we would get a mortality signal within 6 hours of when the animal died, and we would try and get there within the first 24 hours. And then we did have a sample of those collars that we put on the carcass so we could see who was there. And And we did see some evidence of multiple carnivores using a carcass. We didn't see it at a rate that it seemed like there was a systematic lions losing a kill and wolves taking over, but we certainly did see it during the study. As we're planning a new predator prey study in Northwest Montana, that is a component that we've more formally built in, where we will deploy cameras on each carcass if the calf is at least 6 months, big enough for consumption by multiple carnivores or in any of the adult mortalities, so that we can have a more complete sample of how frequent that carcass stealing may be.
One other question that I have is, through some of these studies, I was talking to a biologist and they said our age class of our lions was declining recently. Is there any truth to that? Is that something you guys have been seeing with any of your data? Anyone?
Hey, Cody, I guess I'll kind of jump in there. I think you're probably referring to some of the stuff that we've seen in Northwest Montana. And we're actually talking about age of harvested animals, not necessarily the population. So there's always a question as to how representative that is of the actual population, especially when you restrict harvest. I think we mentioned this before in our season setting meeting that, early on when we were really hitting lion harvest populations pretty hard, we were probably digging into them pretty deep. Started seeing population declines, and we were probably getting into some of those more mature animals. And after we backed off, it seems like it stabilized pretty much in terms of what we're getting in terms of harvest. So it's statistically, it's probably no different from the early 2000s till now in terms of age structure, average age anyway, of harvest.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Casey. See your hand.
Yeah, I was just speaking to the predator chain there. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe Tony Ruth did some work in the North Fork of the Flathead that had some of that component and some information there. Maybe it's ongoing. I'm not sure, but somebody might be able to speak to that. But to the other point too, is I think it's important to recognize that, and I've found several lions killed by wolves. That was. But I've found more killed by other lions, and I think it's I think it's important to note that both take place consistently, and maybe somebody can speak to that work up in the North Fork. I'm not sure.
Well, I can add that they definitely found that in Yellowstone Park, wolves killing lions, primarily that way versus the other way around. We don't have that good of fine scale data, in this area in the Northwest ecoregion, but anecdotally can definitely say it goes the other way around as well. And lions have killed wolves on occasion, usually more single wolves, younger animals, older animals, but for what that's worth, that's a piece of it too.
And Casey, I think what we could try to do is find that study by Tony Ruth in the North Fork and maybe share it with the group.
Yeah, some interesting work possibly. I've read a little bit, but I'm not sure if that was the entirety of what's happened.
Casey, are you about that study? We did have a bunch of, Tony shared the GPS collar locations from the North Fork. Though that data was part of the development of the resource selection function model, so the lion habitat quality model. So we used it in that sense, but I don't think that's what you're talking about. Are you asking specifically about a component of that study? I think like prey selection or something like that.
I'm not positive exactly, and I think you're right. I think it was a kind of a side component of a greater study, but she was just seeing the increased prevalence of making kills by lions that were then being forced off their kills by wolves, and then even kind of seeing as those were present, the grizzly bears were taking and even staying out of the den if there was some food source present. And they're stealing those kills then again from the wolves. But that's just what I offhand remember. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so you're talking about her work on the Northern Range in Yellowstone Park, and she wrote a book about that.
Okay.
So we also had collared mountain lions at the North Fork of the Flathead. I thought that's what you were talking about. And they looked at, that was a big study where they looked at prey selection and survival rates by deer and elk. It was kind of a long time ago now, but it lasted for a while. But then Tony also worked on the Northern Range in Yellowstone Park on what you're talking about there. And okay, so yeah, Kelly just put a link in the chat for the study that was in the North Fork of the Flathead. But I think what you're talking about is lion kill rates increasing due to wolves on the Northern Range of Yellowstone National Park, which was, Tony wrote that up as part of her book. We can work to get that for you. I can contact Tony and share it with the group.
Oh, very good. Thank you. Yeah, and that very well could be that information was coming from down there, and I just misunderstood just because of some other work that was being done up in the North Fork.
Great. Kelly, do you have any, I see a number of links coming in from you. Do you have any comments you want to add to those?
No, I posted a link to the North Fork study and then the Northern Range study.
Can everyone see those links in the chat? Or can anyone not? I guess is a better question. Okay, great. All right, Grover.
Yeah, I was on that Yellowstone study with Tony Ruth, and what she told me was afterwards that the cats had to kill 25% more because the wolves followed them around and run them off the kills. As for the wolves killing the lions, it was mostly kittens that got killed. That's all I got.
Thanks, Grover. Okay, Casey, I see your hand again. Go ahead.
Yeah, just speaking to a little different topic there. Interested if the proximity, we're obviously dealing with huntable populations of mountain lions. And is there any component where the proximity to wilderness or tribal lands, parks, etc., non-huntable populations, that they play into the trending of recovery in some of these huntable populations that we're managing, and doesn't play into the dispersion aspect, doesn't play into some other portions of the landscape that aren't going to have as much accessibility to those populations.
I'll just jump in, and anyone else that wants to say something, of course, follow up. But I think part of the ecoregions being as large as they are is to kind of minimize those effects of like a source population being within the area that you're trying to affect the population, or adjacent to it, and then you get, if you're trying to lower the population in that area, and there's animals continuously flowing in from a protected area, that would be a problem. And I think that's part of the reason why the lion management units, the ecoregions, are as large as they are, to kind of help minimize that type of dynamic.
Yeah, Dave, that's right. And that's a good way maybe to answer that question. And so in the modeling that we've done, based on all the collar data we had, so this was part of the project where we developed the resource selection function model, so lion habitat quality model. What we found was that if you are modeling a population that's roughly 100 mountain lions or larger, that population is less influenced by dispersal, so immigration from nearby areas like you're talking about. And you can kind of treat it as a unit. And that's why we have these big ecoregions, and we're talking about monitoring and managing the lion population at that level. And so of course, within that, there's going to be places with less harvest or no harvest or more harvest that might create some sourcing dynamics like you're talking about. But overall, we can more predictably model the dynamics of that bigger population without accounting for that, if that makes sense.
Wally, go ahead.
What has been the current trend in Region 1 for the ungulate population over the last 3 to 5 years? And what studies have been done? What are we seeing currently in our Northwest region for the population?
So I guess I can take a shot of that. Obviously, we're talking about a bunch of different species there, so it's highly variable. Northwest Montana, especially the ecoregion we're talking about, is primarily a white-tailed deer ecoregion. I mean, white-tailed deer are the most numerous prey species, and that individual prey species seems to be very responsive to weather events. So when we get pretty severe winters, recruitment declines, we see population declines. We can actually see that in the harvest, and then it seems to rebound over time once the weather situation changes and we have more mild winters. So even in the last couple of years, we've started to see white-tailed populations start to increase a little bit. Mule deer populations in general across Northwest Montana is primarily all the kind of, I guess if you want to call it timbered country, not just in Montana, but all across the West, has seen declines in mule deer populations historically since probably the early 90s into where we're at now. And it seems like it's kind of stabling off now, but at a lower level than it was historically. Elk is a little bit variable. In some of these areas, we've seen maybe some small declines. And then those populations, again, seems like they're stabling off. Recruitment is pretty low up in Northwest Montana for elk. In the area that I think Cody lives in, calf recruitment. So in other words, the number of calves per 100 cows, where we can actually monitor them, is averaging around the low 20s, which is pretty low compared to other areas in Montana. Moose populations as well. We think there's been a little bit of decline in moose populations. We have a 10-year study up by Libby ongoing. And even though those numbers maybe aren't as high as they were, it appears that population too is kind of holding its own, with calf recruitment being fairly low, but adult survival being pretty high. So it's just kind of maintaining itself. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Do we think most of that recruitment that's coming, being the low numbers, is more weather related or more carnivore related? Can you establish that?
Yeah, we don't know. One of the reasons why we want to do this Noxie project, especially with elk, is to try to determine what those mortality causes are. Certainly predation is part of that. Weather conditions, spring moisture, and it probably varies as well by species. With whitetails, I think it is, we definitely have some predation activity that's going on, but they're probably a lot more sensitive to those severe winter events than maybe an elk population is, or a moose population. So it probably varies depending on which prey species you're talking about.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, Cody, you're muted. There we go.
Hey, one of the things that pre-wolves in Western Montana, the level of the amount of mountain lions that were on the landscape is than what the ungulates can handle right now, as far as with the addition of loss of habitat, the addition of wolves. Has there been any look on what we can sustain as far as our ungulate population? Because that's, most sportsmen are wanting their elk and deer. That's what, I mean, all of us are passionate on here because we like mountain lions, but a lot of sportsmen want more elk and deer on the landscape. So is there anything to look at that as far as with the changes of habitat, additional wolves, and where our ungulate populations are.
Yeah, I say you could take a shot at that, and then maybe Kelly could even talk about a model that she produced looking at recruitment. And so when we're monitoring ungulate populations, we're primarily concerned about two things: adult female survival and calf or fawn recruitment, especially of the female portion of that population. And can that recruitment replace any loss in the adults? And so that's where it gets a little bit harder to make those estimates. What can they sustain? So in order to do that, we need those kind of vital rates, what Kelly was talking about. What does adult survival look like on the landscape for those females? And then what's replacing that in terms of calf survival coming up? And if you look at our, like I said, if you look at our elk situation, primarily in 121, where we can actually do some flights in Northwest Montana, you know, our calf survival ranges from the teens all the way up to the upper 20s, probably in the last 5 to 10 years, and doesn't seem to go above that. So we actually could see increases when we get up in the upper 20s. We could actually see increases in our counts of elk. But our population isn't going to change drastically. It's going to be small increases, and it'll be some decreases that are probably more general over time. But they do happen, but it's on a very slow scale. Did I answer your question? Yeah, it's hard to come up with, you know, a predator, you know, predators can kill X many elk and then everything's going to be okay. Those are hard numbers to get at, and the math gets pretty wonky pretty quick. So that's why we look at those vital rates in terms of adult female survival and calf recruitment, because that'll indicate what trend we're on in terms of increasing or decreasing.
Sorry, Cody, you're muted. Go for it.
Sorry.
No worries.
One of the other things that I've noticed, I have a couple camps in some remote areas, and it used to be our best elk and deer hunting. And what happened, the wolves moved into those canyons, and it kind of displaced some of the mountain lions, and it changed. They moved out over the cliff faces of the Clark Fork River, and they started primarily hunting sheep, is what I've been noticing. And one of the reasons I feel that they're doing that is the wolves aren't kicking them off their kills. They can kill a sheep and hang out in rocky, nasty terrain, and they don't get messed with the wolves. Is there any studies looking where we have declining sheep populations? I mean, I know the lions are getting blamed for killing the sheep, but it probably has to do a little bit with displacement. And if there is something like that, is there anything we could do to basically protect the bighorn sheep a little bit from those, if that does happen?
Yeah, I don't know, maybe Kelly or others can fill in. I don't know of any studies specifically looking at that displacement of predator species based on the landscape due to other predators on the ground. Certainly animals move around each other, especially when there's mortality risk involved. So some of that could be happening. And what that means in terms of the focus of those different carnivore species on different prey items. Yeah, to my knowledge, there hasn't been a lot of work, at least not up in our neck of the woods or Western Montana regarding that.
Yeah, Cody, this is Liz. I was just going to add, I mean, I'm not aware of any studies per se either to look at wolves displacing lions potentially into sheep range, but what we do know is that mountain lions are a much bigger predator of sheep than something like wolves, just because of the terrain, right? Because wolves are a coursing predator. They're just not going to be able to chase sheep in that rocky terrain. So they're not as successful, whereas lions have a lot more success in that terrain because they can more easily sneak up to kill a sheep. So we just tend to see that regardless, where we see lions and certain individual lions in some cases that learn to kill sheep and might camp out on sheep range. So yeah, that's just something that's kind of there anyway.
Some of that might have to do with the fact that a lot of houndsmen aren't going to turn loose in cliffy terrain where the sheep are for the most part anyways, though, too.
Yeah, and Cody, this is Neil. So I'm trying to remember the actual paper, but I recall one paper that talked about effectiveness of wolf predation. And when you start getting to those steeper slopes, they seem to become a little bit less effective. And maybe, I don't know if anybody else can recall that study. So there may be something there as well that, you know, different species, as Liz mentioned, are probably more effective in different types of habitat. And so there can be also that aspect of it as well.
Okay, thank you, Neil.
Justin, you've got a note here in the chat. I don't know if you want to comment on that further.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I'll just let you know I'm reaching out to Tony Ruth now to see if she's got a digital copy of some of the material from her book about lion kill rates before wolf restoration and at once wolves were established in Yellowstone. So if there's something I can share with you, I'll share it with all of you. And then also, what's in the chat now, Timothy emailed me a study with a quote about, this is again from Northwestern Wyoming, where they were looking at mountain lion or puma population dynamics. It's the same species, but they refer to it as a puma and in the study. And so what they found was the human hunting of pumas had an effect equivalent to having 20 wolves around on limiting puma populations, if that makes sense. Of course, that's going to be context dependent on, you know, how much puma hunting there is and, you know, wolf density and all of that kind of stuff. But that just gives you some context that wolves do have an effect on puma mountain lion population dynamics. And of course, we know the dominant effect is going to be human hunting. That's what we're here to talk about, how we can use hunting to manage lion densities. Is that kind of your point, Timothy, or is there anything else you want to say about it?
Yes, I mean, conversely, it's the same thing. 20 wolves in an area have the same effect as the amount of hunters that would hunt that area in the same year. So wolves would have an effect on the population of pumas. They do affect the population of cougars, lions. Sorry, let's go with what we're talking about today, but wolves will affect the population of lions. And in that same study, it also talks about the wolves pushing the elk out of the forest into the open lands, and therefore getting back to what I think Cody was saying, is the mountain lions are no longer hunting the elk because the elk are out in the open and the mountain lions aren't out in the open. So the lions are hunting other ungulates at that point.
Okay, I just want to mention we've got about 5 more minutes for questions. So if you've got anything burning, now's the time. I see Benny's hand up, so let's go to Benny. Sorry, Benny, you're on mute.
I was going to ask you about this eventually, but with Cody bringing up sheep, you know, I've been wondering about how to target lions for management that we don't normally target. You know, I know, or I think I know that lions can become somewhat specialized, certainly in family groups and females teaching their young to kill certain species. I read a study in Alberta about some lions specializing on moose, and I know in my experience they can do that with mule deer in higher elevation where mule deer might not come down out of until extreme circumstances. And, you know, I wonder how to target these somewhat specialized populations. You know, we have populations that are targeting animals that, like white-tailed deer, that are very, very abundant. And maybe there's no reason to kill as many lions in that type of habitat as there is in sheep country, mule deer country, for example. And, you know, I think Neil and Justin might be good people to.
Yeah, Benny, I guess I'm not really sure what the question was. Like, let me phrase it like I think I heard it is, do we know of ways to target particular lions through harvest that are the ones that might be more prone to be the ones depredating on a relatively small sheep population. Is that what you're talking about?
Or mule deer. Instead of having our efforts directed towards populations that have an abundant whitetail population to prey upon. So yeah, mule deer as well as sheep. Mostly mule deer is what I'm interested in, but sheep as well.
Got it. Okay, so the way that we have at our disposal to use harvest as a tool for that sort of thing is the lion management units. You know, we can prescribe quotas in a particular unit, let's say, that emphasize big game recruitment or something like mule deer or bighorn sheep, and that don't do that elsewhere. So lower harvest quotas in some areas that don't have mule deer populations. So we can try and manipulate it that way. But as far as targeting specifically, sometimes with a bighorn sheep herd, like 3/4 of our bighorn sheep herds are less than 100 animals, and they occupy relatively small spaces. So one mountain lion that has learned to kill sheep can impact that sheep herd. And we don't have the ability to target lion harvest, like public harvest, in that particular spot, other than to communicate with houndsmen or lion hunters, that sort of thing, just to direct them there. Neil, I'm sure you can expand on that.
Yeah, I think that's right. So we actually did attempt to do that, just what Justin talked about, trying to convince a few folks to go in and target some lions in a very small bighorn sheep herd along the Koocanusa Reservoir. And, you know, the reality is, and I think, you know, Cody mentioned this too, just because of the terrain, difficult to get in there, lack of roads, it was largely unsuccessful. It was hard to even get folks to go in there and actually even target that area, much less individuals. Yeah, there's no real way for us to know which individuals we could potentially try to increase harvest in an area. And hopefully you get those few individuals if they are really just focusing on a sheep population, but it can be a big challenge.
All right, let's do one last question from Casey, who has his hand up.
Yeah, this is probably directed at Kelly. I was just interested if there's been many adjustments made to the model and the method as they're working through from the early years in the Bitterroot, then to Phillipsburg, to the current monitoring method that we see now, and kind of what have those been, and if she could speak to that.
Yeah, so the underlying model has remained the same, but we've added in some new things. And so, for example, as we talked about understanding the space use patterns of the animals and how that influences the probability that you might detect an animal at different places in the study area. One of the ways we've increased the amount of information we have on that topic is to deploy a sample of radio collars on animals. And so then we have two pieces of information about how likely we might be to see an animal in different places in the study area. We have our information from our repeated captures to estimate how the probability of detecting an animal declines as you move farther away from the first place you detected an animal. But then we also have radio collar information that gives us finer scale information about the size of female territories, the size of male territories. And so we can incorporate that information from the collars, the movement information of the animals, to help us understand how the probability of detecting an animal declines over space. So that's one of the things we've added in. We've also, as we've gotten multiple data sets, so for example, in that Bitterroot study, we initially started with just 1 year of information from the Bitterroot and a pretty basic model. We've added in the collar information, but then we've also added in, we've been able to stitch the 4 studies together. So the 2 studies in the Bitterroot and the 2 studies in Phillipsburg, and we've allowed information to be shared across those studies. So for example, if we make the assumption that the relationship between detecting an animal has remained the same during the 2 studies, then we can essentially use information from both studies to estimate that probability of detecting an animal. And so as we're sharing information across studies. We're essentially increasing our sample sizes and refining our precision of our estimates. So yeah, first we added in the color information. Second, we've shared across studies. Another thing that we did, we ran a simulation study a couple of years ago where we simulated a population of lions. So we knew exactly how many were out there, and we patterned this off of the data set that we collected in 2012 in the Bitterroot. So we simulated a lion population where we knew exactly who was there, and then we sampled it differently. And so we sampled it with like 2,000 kilometers of search effort, 4,000 kilometers, 8,000 kilometers, 20,000 kilometers. And the reason that we did that is we wanted to make sure, or we wanted to look at how different levels of search effort in the field result in different estimates. And if you're undersampling an area, so for example, if you don't have enough search effort and you don't have enough detections, you can obviously bias your estimates, and you bias them high. And so we did the simulation work to try and, for the upcoming monitoring program that Dave talked about, fine tune exactly how much data do you need to get unbiased estimates. And so what we saw coming out of there is we saw really strong evidence that our sampling levels in the existing studies, they had been adequate to produce unbiased information. And then out of that, we provided some recommendations to how future monitoring, or the intensity of search effort in future monitoring programs, to ensure that we're ending up with unbiased estimates. So those are the three different things that come to mind that we've kind of built from the initial work in the Bitterroot.
Well, thank you very much, Kelly.
Jay, I see your hand. Do you have a comment to add?
Just to add to what Kelly said, and this might not be what he was asking, but if you remember Dave's talking about the integrated population model, that's the actual tool that will predict trend based on different potential harvest treatments. And each time we input a field estimate that Molly and her crew help produce, that sort of anchors that estimate for a period of time going forward. So the confidence intervals around, that predictive trend line, those confidence intervals narrow every time you're able to input a field estimate into that model. Otherwise, it's just relying on a reconstructed population and the vital rates that we know about lions, that we've collected here in Montana. So that IPM is a sort of a iterative tool that is specifically designed to incorporate new information as it comes in.
Okay, well, I want to thank our presenters for sharing with us today and for taking the time to do this Q&A. I'm sure that we can grill them all day and all day tomorrow, but we're going to close it off now so we can move in after a quick break to the kind of meat of the day, which is starting to identify a problem statement for our group here. So I've got 10:50 on my clock, so let's take a 15-minute break and meet back at 5 after 11, and we'll move into the next part of the discussion then. Does that sound good to everybody? Excellent. All right, thanks folks. See you in a few. All right, folks, if you can hear me and you're not back, go ahead and come on back to the desk. Let's reconvene. Everyone had a relaxing, restful little holiday there. But yeah, we're going to get started with our next session now. And the idea of this session and the rest of the day really is to begin putting together a problem statement that this group is happy with and that reflects the voices and membership of this committee. So as soon as we've got everyone back, Sarah, our co-facilitator, is going to give one last short presentation to you guys about what we're talking about when we talk about a problem statement, and how it's a little bit different than a decision, and what role it plays. So, bear with us. I think this process can be complicated. It can feel a little bit slow, but it is a process. There is a design here. It's important and it's intentional. So we'll walk you through it and we'll spend the day making sure we get it right. So as soon as we've got our last two members here, we will hand it over to Sarah and get started. So Cody and Josh, if you can hear us, come join us.
All right, Alex, give me the go ahead when you see that we've got everyone, and I'll kick this off.
Well, Sarah, in the interest of everyone's time, I say we go ahead and get started, and we'll catch everyone else up.
All right. Yeah, so over the next 10 or so minutes, I just want to paint a little bit more of a picture for you, again, of the process that we're using with these meetings to help provide the recommendations to FWP. And so again, from earlier, this will look familiar, the PROACT cycle, and we're going to be diving into this first step in a few minutes, but to give you a better vision of what this actually all entails, I'll show you a really simplified example and talk through each of the steps just a tad bit more. All right, so decision making. We make decisions all the time. Oftentimes those are pretty simple decisions like what to have for breakfast, and those kinds of things don't need a formal process, of course. We can just make those decisions easily. But sometimes our decisions are more complex and they require more of this formal and deliberative process. And that's where this PROACT or structured decision-making framework can be really helpful. So again, here with the very first step of the problem framing, we need to understand what the problem is. This is, again, the most important thing to get done first so that we understand the problem. And it generally is something that we can find is a difficult and potentially frustrating part of this work, but that's because we think that these problem statements will be simple to put together, but they're usually pretty difficult to really come up with and fully explain the problem. But if we don't spend time on this first step, we can end up solving the wrong problem. We could use the wrong tools or information to address the problem, and then we might end up investing in the wrong solution in the long run. So we want to avoid all those things by spending the right amount of time here. So pretty soon when we get into this part of our work, we're going to be thinking about writing a problem statement. And when we do this, we like to ask you to consider some questions. So this includes who will make the decision? Who's the decision maker? What is the trigger? Why does this decision need to be made and why does it matter? What is the action? What is the decision? What action needs to be taken? And what are our objectives? So what do we hope to accomplish with this decision? Constraints include those that are legal, financial, or political. Sometimes those are real, sometimes they're not. And we need to describe what those constraints might be, but also consider whether those are real constraints or not. We want to also make sure we describe the frequency and timing of this decision, and then the scope. So how broad or complicated is the decision, and what is the temporal or spatial scale? So I'll put these back on the screen when we're diving into this step, but these are the kinds of things we keep in mind. And so for a very simple example of what this actually looks like in action, we can look at a family considering buying a house. So their problem statement is what you see on the screen. Our house is too small for a family. The yard is rather small for the kids to play in. We could add her current live with a smaller yard or purchase a larger house with a larger yard. Of course, that would be costly. So that's one of the challenges. We live in the cities, so commute times to work are short, but schools can be better out in the suburbs. And we can't afford to increase our monthly mortgage payments, but we need to stay within our budget. So there's a lot going on with this issue and why it makes it complex. There's a lot of considerations there, right? Okay, so the next step here again is formulating objectives. When we are talking about objectives, we're talking about what we really care about. So we need to keep this question in mind. If we could solve a problem perfectly, what would we accomplish? What does the best case scenario look like? And when we're at this stage, again, this will be something we probably won't reach until tomorrow, but we will be thinking about things that are fundamental objectives. So the ultimate means and bottom lines of what we're trying to accomplish here, where we want to end up, and what do we really care about. Now, we'll also be talking about means objectives, and that is how we actually get to fundamental objectives, but those are the methods that we can use then, and really good decisions will be based on fundamental objectives. So we'll spend time picking these two types of objectives apart. We're at this stage, and we'll talk more about this, but this is just something to keep in mind. So back to our everyday simple example of home buying, the fundamental objectives for this family would be things like the house should be large enough, so should the yard, school should be high quality, neighborhood should be good, family friendly, commute time should be reasonable, and costs should be minimized. So those are the 6 fundamental objectives in this simple example. Now on to the third step, alternatives. Again, this is where we really often want to start when we're talking about decision making. But if we don't first understand the problem and what we're trying to achieve, then we really have a hard time coming up with good alternatives. So at this point, we'll be talking about things we can do to meet our fundamental objectives. So different solutions and options and management actions. Also, when we're at this stage, we do need to keep in mind things that are actually legally and politically and financially possible to do. So we can't do something that would be illegal, of course. So back to our simple example for home buying, we can consider 5 alternatives for this family. They could do nothing. We want to understand what the current decision would be to just stay in the house, how that compares to, say, renovating a house or buying maybe one of these 3 homes they've identified. Okay, on to consequences. And again, we won't get to this stage during these first 2 days, but I want to again give you that idea of where we're heading overall with this kind of approach. So consequences are where we try to understand what will happen for each of our objectives for if we implemented any one of those potential alternatives or different decisions that we could use. This requires data sometimes or professional judgment, and we'll probably use both in our process. And this can be a difficult part of this work, and it's something that we might need to spend some time on, but this is where also we're going to be calling on FWP to help us really understand some of the consequences of different potential alternatives for what would happen, say, to the Lyme population. So back to our simple example. This is known as a consequence table. Over here, you see objectives. So those 6 things that we talked through a minute ago in each of the rows. Each of the columns is an alternative. So again, status quo, do nothing, renovate, and then the 3 new homes. Then in here, we can see simple things like how many bedrooms is a way to quantify, is the house large enough? Or how large is the yard? What is the quality of schools and so on? So quickly here, you can now compare side by side all the different alternatives and how well they meet objectives, right? One thing that we can also do when we have all this information in one simple table is consider for, in this case, Eaton Street here. We see that it does have a lot of bedrooms, but so do some of the other ones. Its yard is actually not that large compared to some of the other options. The schools are only fair and the neighborhood is poor. Also down here, we see it's a long commute time and very high cost compared to our other alternatives. So with that information in hand, then what we can do to simplify this decision right now is go ahead and eliminate this one because we know it's not going to do better than any of the other alternatives at meeting those objectives, right? So that can help us narrow down everything we need to consider. Another thing we can do with this kind of table is look at what's left here for commute time is only a small difference from 20 minutes, 20 minutes, 25 minutes, or 15 minutes. And so here now with this information, again, we can see this objective isn't going to be met in a different way by the different alternatives, right? They're all about the same, which means we can, again, simplify this decision now that we understand for the potential scenarios we're considering for things we might choose, commute time won't matter. It's not that different. So our table gets smaller and our decision becomes a little bit easier and a little bit more clarified. However, we're not ready to make a decision just yet. We need to consider trade-offs. At this point, we're talking about evaluating our alternatives based on the relative consequences for fundamental objectives. And really, this is to help us understand what we stand to gain or lose by making any one of our decisions. So it's designed to be putting everything in a transparent format that we can then use the best available information in a really explicit way to help make a decision. So with our table, now the only change here from what you saw a minute ago was we have changed everything from the original numbers for number of bedrooms or dollar amounts or square footage to ranked consequences. So 1 means it's doing the best job. Wade Street, for example, has the largest amount of space. And the 3 indicates it's doing the worst job, smallest amount of space in this example. Or down here, the best job at minimizing costs or the worst job at minimizing costs. So with this kind of information, we can quickly look at the overall support for choosing any of these 4 options we're now considering. And 8 here is the one with the lowest score, indicating it does the best job. It has the most ones. It has some trade-offs. So again, it's the most expensive. And the neighborhood's just so-so. So we might choose Wade Street, but say costs was a really high priority. And so then we need to consider this trade-off a little bit more. And in that case, then maybe because Wade Street is the most expensive, we want to look at the next best option here is renovate because it gets a 2. But then again, the point here is that this whole process doesn't make the decision for us. It just clarifies it. And so we can really, again, think about these trade-offs and what really matters to this family or to whatever decision we're trying to make. What are the different most important things we want to consider in arriving at our final decision? And so with all that information in hand, then we can make a decision. And for this example, this family might have chosen Wade Street. So again, we're going to dive into this first step in a few minutes, but I just wanted to give you the broader perspective of where we can go with this whole process and how it can help us really identify optimal decisions. Again, the ground rules that Alex laid out earlier, let's keep these in mind. We're going to try to use this process and make sure that we stick to it, because I think you'll see that it really can help us identify a good set of recommendations to hand over to FWP. Let's remember to make sure we keep that mutual respect with one another. Try not to filibuster at any point. So if you're talking a long time, Alex or I might cut you off, and don't take that personally. We really just are doing all this to stay on course and stay focused. And we ask you to help us again with minimizing stories, respecting the break times, and then again, super importantly, staying within the charges, since those things that we're not charged with, season structure, license types, and allocation of quotas might be something that we want to discuss, but that's really outside of our realm of what we're trying to do. So let's keep those in the back of our minds, but not actually part of this discussion to the greatest extent possible. All right, and so back to that first decision too. This might be what this pup would decide. So before we get into this, I'm going to turn it back over to Alex. And also, if anyone has any questions about this process at this point, go ahead and shout them out.
Yeah, thanks so much, Sarah. That's a great overview of the process that we're taking. And as Sarah mentioned, I'll just emphasize, today, we're all about the problem statement. Tomorrow, we're all about the objectives. So the other parts, the alternatives, the consequences, the trade-offs, those are all really exciting things, but we're not getting to them in this session. Right now, the most important job we have is to define what the problem actually is. That'll help set up the best decision to make. So yeah, let's take a few questions, and then I'll walk through our plan for the rest of the day, and then we can actually get to work. Does anyone have any questions on what Sarah just shared? Great. All right. Well, let me just walk through our process, and then we'll get to it. So the idea today is to get familiar first with the problem statement by having everybody work a little bit individually and try to think through this. Then we're going to go into breakout groups. So we'll get into groups of 3 or 4 and have you guys get together and try to put together one of these problem statements. And then at the end of the day, we'll kind of come back as a full group, settle on which of those problem statements from the smaller groups we think is the most representative of the group here, and tweak it and try to make it the best problem statement that we can, so that by the end of the day, we've got a single problem statement from the full group here. And Brian, I see your hand. Do you have a question or a comment to add?
More of a question. You're talking about the breakout groups and things, and just kind of a clarification. What role you would see agency personnel playing when we get into these breakout groups?
Yeah, so I think the breakout groups will just be for the committee members. So you guys can sit tight, maybe, hang close in case there are questions, but there's no particular role that you need to play during the breakout group time. Okay, great. Well, let's start by having everyone try to write one of these problem statements for what we're doing here today. And we're just going to dive right into this. And I will just say that this is about brainstorming. This is about getting the wheels turning, getting your mind thinking, getting familiar with the idea of a problem statement in this context. You don't need to try to get anything perfect. You don't have to sign your name to what you write right now. You can change this stuff later. But what I'd like to ask is for everyone to take about 10 minutes to take a look at the slide that's being shared right now and to write something down. Try to write down a problem statement that describes the problem we're here working on today. And you can turn your camera off if you want. If you have questions, you can feel free to ask, but let's all just give it a shot and take about 10 minutes and see what we come up with. Does that sound good to everyone? Any questions before we jump into that? All right, let's go for it. Oh, Grover has a hand raised. Yes, Grover.
Well, yeah, because this is my first one of these computer meetings things, and how am I what do I do to type in what I want to do?
So you can just write it down on a notebook if you want. You don't need to type anything up into the computer for the rest of us to see. So whatever you're comfortable writing down in is fine with us. You'll read it later, but it doesn't have to go into the meeting.
So if I write it down, how are you going to see it?
Oh, well,
I mean, if I write it down on paper.
You'll share it with us afterward. Yeah, and Sarah can transcribe it if we need, or yeah. Does that sound good?
It sounds good. I'll figure something out. Thanks.
Okay, great. All right, well, let's go for it for 10 minutes and let me know if you have questions. I was muted. If anyone has Josh Letcher's contact info and is able to reach out to him, it would be great to get him back on the call. Nope, I see.
I've been on the call.
Oh, you've been here. Okay, terrific. Grover, do you have a question?
Well, yeah, so, I mean, I got it wrote down, but how are anybody else gonna know? I mean, I'll read it out loud. I don't care what
Yeah, that's
people know what
the
I say.
plan. Yes, yes. Sit tight for a minute. We're gonna have everyone share what they've got when we.
Okay, I thought maybe you're waiting on me.
No, no, you're good. Yeah, folks want to take maybe 2 or 3 more minutes, and then we'll come back together and talk about what we've got. All right, folks. Well, let's come back together. It's okay if you're still kind of wrapping things up. Like I said, this is meant to just get the wheels turning. Nothing needs to be perfect or complete just yet. So what I'd like to do next is give everyone a chance to share what they've written or thought about in the past few minutes. This is a great way for us to hear and learn from one another. But as you hear what people are sharing, bear a few things in mind. First thing to bear in mind is, what might you change or add to what you wrote based on what others have written. Think about whether what you're hearing is a problem statement, or if it's very likely we're all jumping kind of to the decision and action stage of things. And I'd say really pay attention to noticing any shared values or commonalities in what you're hearing, because those will form a great basis for putting together a problem statement we can all support by the end of the day. So again, this is just rough draft, first draft one. So does anyone feel brave enough to jump in and share what they were thinking about first. Well, thanks for volunteering.
Yeah, well, I'll jump into it. I jotted down a few questions that I just will throw out there. First one being, and this is just to the group and some of the houndsmen and Fish and Game as well. Does land access create a problem in aiding and keeping the mountain lion population in check? Would be one question. Is it a problem? Is it not a problem? You want me to just go through and throw out my different
That would be
ideas?
great. Yeah, let's get them out there and then we'll go back and revise after this.
I'm not a houndsman, so I'm going to kind of gear this question towards the houndsmen in the group. Would like to have their feelings on what they feel the mountain lion population is now. Is it high? Is it low? Is it adequate? And then throw that same question back to FWP in our region. What's our thoughts? With 1,376 total lions in Region 1, what's FWP stand? Is that a high number? Is that a low number? Is that an adequate number? Just so I can get a little more information from each of the groups as to what they think that population is. One other thing that popped into my head, do we have a problem, or we noticed a problem in illegal harvest that takes place in Region 1? So those are some of my ideas and thoughts, and we'll let the group take it from there.
Well, great. Thanks, Wally, for starting us off. Those are some really good questions, and I think they'll help us think about what the underlying problems are that we can dig into when we write one of these problem statements together. So Timothy, I see your hand up. Do you want to go next?
Yes, a couple things real quick for background. The lions became a game managed animal in 1971, and therefore that kept the amount of harvest in check with quotas. And over the 1980s, that population grew to a point where the population human interaction increased. And so the people demanded that there be more lions hunted. The 1988, we started with 159 quotas, and that drove up to 776 quotas by 1998. Then the hound handlers demanded a reduction in quotas to increase that population. By 2006, the statewide quota was 282. So when I look at my problem statement, I look at what he just mentioned, 1,376 in our region that we're trying to manage. The environmental carrying capacity of the region, to include habitat potentially lost by wolves and the encroachment of humans, exceeds the lion's carrying capacity, which therefore drives the lions into human interaction more often. However, overhunting would drive the population down. So what we are trying to manage, our problem statement here, is we're trying to manage the population between scientific carrying capacity and the needs of the population that's interacting with, and the negative responses from that, and the needs of the houndsmen. They have an outdoor investment, sporting investment in this as well, and a financial investment, many of them in the hounds. So it's balancing those three things. The problem statement is balancing human interaction with overpopulation, sportsmanship opportunities when it gets to underpopulation, and the carrying capacity of our region to maintain somewhere between that high and low.
Terrific. Thanks, Timothy. Yeah, I think hitting at these underlying tensions is something that we really want to get at in defining the problem statement. So I think you're really on the right track there with that. So appreciate that. Someone want to volunteer next, or I can call on people if that's better. I'll do that if no one volunteers. All right, Jason, go ahead. I think you're on mute, but I saw your hand.
Yeah, so I did it a little differently than maybe some of the other people. I just went through, some of the, the boxes: decision maker, FWP commission, trigger point. Maybe mountain lions are a really important part of our ecosystem and landscape. My action was management needs to be based on sustainability of all other wildlife species to share the same landscape. That's as far as I got.
Terrific. Thanks, Jason. Grover, is that you offering to go next?
Yeah, I just wrote down the one thing that really concerns me through this, and I feel that SCR estimate of the populations is quite high. And so I want to know how we're going to conserve to keep from overshooting these population numbers, especially kind of when it's on a 6-year rotation. And I'll give you an example from the Bitterroot study. With on the Garnet study, it said that if you it takes 35% reduction in female harvest to get 10% reduction in the total population. So if you go on the Bitterroot study where there was 97 females and you take a 37 or 35% reduction, you would have to shoot about 30 females a year to get that 10%. Instead, they shot 8 females a day, or 8 females a year, and ended up dropping it 29%. Now, there's a heck of a difference there. And how are we going to know that we're being conservative enough? Because 6 years, I don't want to get long-winded here, but on the DNA study in the Blackfoot, it was divided in 3 areas. 3 hound guys hunted until they thought they caught most of the cats, and then they rotated until all 3 houndsmen got finished. And when they got the DNA back, there was 80% of the cats were caught by all 3 houndsmen. So one houndman shooting everything he put in the tree could have killed 80% of the mountain lions in 1 year in the Blackfoot drainage. So that really concerns me if you really overestimate the population, in 6 years, you could really do big damage. That's all I got.
So Grover, if I can give a shot to kind of rewording that in a kind of problem statement way, that the potential for uncertainty in the science or uncertainty about the population size could have really big consequences if it determines management. Is that
that's basically what I'm saying? Yeah.
Great. Okay. Thanks for that. So let's get another volunteer here. All right, Josh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was kind of like Jason. I went through that slide and I made it to the trigger, and I feel like there is a trigger in that, at least in Northwest Montana, seems like there's overwhelming sentiment from the vast majority of sportsmen that predator numbers are too high. And I hear it every day, hundreds and hundreds of people, and the negative impacts that has on the ungulate populations. And so that leads to inequity between user groups. And so I think from a trigger standpoint, that's probably part of it, and maybe part of the problem.
Great, thank you, Josh. Who's next? All right, Benny, go ahead.
Okay. My thoughts kind of tie in with a couple of the other guys. I'm kind of looking at it from a little different perspective, I guess. So I approached the problem looking at it from the angle of, I'll just read this out to you. How do we approach and deal with the diversity of lion management situations? It seems like we're looking at it as just one big huge area that's all more or less the same. And to me, it's really not. And then going through the bullet points that she gave us, who would be the commission and what we present them with through Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. Constraints would be political, social, and geographic. Underline the geographic. Triggers. Not every lion population is the same. Some are remote, some border low population, private lands, some border higher density human populations. Some contain abundant prey base of, for example, whitetails that I mentioned before, that certainly aren't limited. Some of the lions prey on species more limited and more at risk, such as sheep and mule deer. And some are essentially unhunted. I didn't really address the other 3 bullet points that she had: frequency, action, and scope. But that's the way I'm looking at it.
Thanks, Benny. I think you raised a new point about there being diverse issues within this single, very large management area. So that's a really good one to keep in mind. Terry, I see you flagging me, but you're muted.
I think that what everybody's saying here is important, but I think we have, my question to everyone is, we already have a good system in place. The biologists are able to lower and raise quotas based on what they see harvested. And it would really work based on the research that these 2 women have done, based on what they think populations are now. It has only, the new thing in Region 1 up here where I'm at, has only been on to how many female tags they're allowing and how many male tags they're allowing. It's only been around for 1 year, if I'm not mistaken. And to me, it hasn't even had a chance to really, to see where it'll go. You know, I moved to Montana in 1979, and I'm in Lincoln County, where I'm from. If you killed an elk, it was big news. But that was also the big time of all the logging and all that stuff. So this is a whole nother issue. I'm not trying to get long-winded here, but you go, all the logging was full force then, 10 Lakes Basin and Sullivan over in the West Kootenai and all that stuff. And the elk, you really became large over here. Well, the logging has been done for 15 years basically, and the elk came to the valley, however you want to say it, and so the prey base is less. Plus, after the big, you know, I guided, my heavy guiding experience was all through the 90s and early and mid 2000s when we had the deep snow in 1995 and 96, 97, whatever year that was, and afterwards we killed a lot of lions. You know, because those lions were hungry and they were searching for deer. And if I'm not mistaken, in Lincoln County, 70% of the whitetail deer died during that winter. And so the lions were really looking for prey at that time. So they crossed a lot of roads. So we harvested a lot of lions. The point is we start. That's where House Bill 142 came from. Then subsequently whatever came after that. What I'm trying to say is we have good things in place right now to manage the lions with what we have set up. And so why aren't we talking about using those things we have in place already? That's something I'd like to talk about.
Great, thanks, Terry. Who's our next volunteer? Josh Letcher.
Yeah, I guess as county commissioner, I kind of focused on what some of the constraints would be, the legal, the financial, or the political. And I agree with what Terry said there. And if I'm not a houndsman myself, but you know, as an avid hunter and outdoorsman, I kind of keep an eye on those things. And I have a lot of friends that are houndsmen. You know, I haven't talked to anybody in the last week or so that had a major complaint of how the process and the population control has been going so far for the last couple of years anyways. And they seem to all be encouraged by the way the process has been, at least for the last year. And so some of the questions I had about that is, you know, what are the legal constraints here? Is there a legal responsibility for FWP to maintain a certain population, or is there a legal responsibility for FWP to protect the public, or is there a legal responsibility for FWP to maintain hunting opportunities? And then within that, there's definitely some political pressure, and there's also some financial incentives both ways. And it's great during this time of the year for some of these guides to be able to take people out and guide them when everything else is slow. And but at the same time, like Terry was talking with our logging and whatnot, that's drastically declined in the last few years. We're starting to see more and more predators in and around what I'd call the WUI, and part of that's because we're still doing some logging within the WUI for wildfire management, but we're not logging what I would consider summer range in the summer to keep a lot of these ungulates up high and away from there. And we know it's all this is probably driven by legal responsibilities and a political atmosphere. And I was thinking about what's happened in Washington the last couple of years and them taking away their houndsman season. And in California, they have problems with lions and they don't have a houndsman season. And as we go forward, I'm afraid that maybe some political pressure is pushing Montana towards that. And I just don't want to see that. So hopefully that makes sense. And thanks for your time.
Thanks, Josh. Yeah, I'm hearing, I'm thinking of Grover's comments about the uncertainty in the science and hearing that there's some uncertainty in the political and regulatory environment that we have to be aware of and consider today too. So thanks for adding that. All right, we're getting close. Who's left? Who's still wants to share? All right, Casey, go ahead.
To jump on the or to address, I think, a little bit of like Terry's comment there. I think it's important to note that this conversation is there's no way to affect the management mechanisms in this discussion. I'd like to have that conversation, but that's left to the commission. And so I think there is some needs to be addressed there, but I think to state our problem is fully related just to the population. And so I kind of just wrote, the problem is to determine whether the mountain lion population is currently meeting the needs of its own species for succession, and is it satisfying the needs of the user groups. It's also to determine what the most important factors to consider are. The health of the prey species, the population zone succession, the long-term health of the lion population, and then also create a value system for whose voices carry more weight, whether that be the ungulate hunters, the outfitters, the recreational houndsmen, ranchers, etc. That's just kind of some notes I wrote down in regards to stating the problem at hand.
Great, thanks, Casey. Have we gotten through everyone? I think there's one or two others. Cody, yeah, go ahead.
All right. Establish a sustainable mountain lion population that satisfies sportsmen, hound hunters, and struggling ungulate populations. We need to take into consideration ungulates' other predators, wolves, bears, coyotes, etc., and habitat loss to establish the overall acceptable mountain lion harvest each year. Create opportunity for sportsmen, elk, deer, and moose hunters to be able to have more success by harvesting areas that do have overpopulated predators. Take into consideration, or social considerations should be considered, but the biological need for harvests in areas where our predator populations are high need to be met first. Mountain lions cannot be over-targeted just because they're the easiest predator to control, but at the same time, healthy cat populations need to have healthy ungulate populations. One thing that I thought of is in areas where we're in the red zone with our elk, deer, and moose, maybe mandate FWP to figure out what the root of the cause, whether it's habitat loss, wolves, mountain lions, bears, etc. One thing that I thought of, and it's more of a social issue to keep in mind, and thanks Casey for talking about, I know where this has nothing to do about season establishing what type of season structure we have. So, but one thing I do want to keep in mind is there's a non-resident D4 license that came into play that really should help with our social issue that we've had in the late 90s. So that was something that I thought of, that was something new that really hasn't taken effect all the way yet.
Great, thanks, Cody. Thanks for writing that out so clearly. I think that's the kind of thing we want to start working toward the end of the day. But we'll talk about ways to kind of keep thinking about how we can reword from what outcomes we'd like to see to what problems are underlying what we're seeing and what outcomes we'd like to have eventually. Sorry, that was very unclear, but we'll keep talking about it. All right, Josh, rescue me. Go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to say, I think Casey nailed it. I changed my answer to exactly what he said.
Okay. well, +1, Casey. Thanks. Yet. Okay, fantastic. So what I want to do is just maybe run through a couple of points. Oh, my internet is unstable. Okay. Can folks hear me? Can folks see me? Yeah, great. So I'm just going to reflect back some things that I heard in these comments. And then I want to give Sarah a chance to weigh in. And then I want to give everybody a chance to kind of go back and spend a few more minutes thinking about writing, copying someone else's answer if you want to. But let me reflect back a few things that I heard. So probably the thing that I heard most frequently in these comments is that there are multiple interest groups with different needs, different perceptions, and different expectations when it comes to mountain lions. I also heard a lot of folks talk about the need for sustainability of mountain lions, but also of multiple other species and of the environment and its carrying capacity and function more generally. Heard some comments about the uncertainty in both the science and the regulatory and political environment, and the potential consequences that uncertainty might have in terms of making decisions and moving forward. Folks commented about there being multiple regulatory bodies at play here, and especially multiple different kinds of landowners. It presents different issues. Some comments were about diversity of issues in the single large management area over space, but also over time. How things change over time is important. And lastly, some of the legal constraints, including about the existing policies, are not totally clear. So these are just some of the things that I noted down as maybe underlying problems or issues that I just wanted to reflect back to all of you. But Sarah, I want to give you a chance to jump in here and comment as well.
Yeah, that was a good summary, I think, Alex. Thanks, and thank you all for working on that first round. I heard a lot of really good stuff too, and I think that when we get into the next phase here, what I would challenge you to do, so when you're thinking about like a question you have or a point that you feel about what is going on out there, you can try to frame that into more of this is why this is a challenge for us and why this issue is a difficult issue, right? So some people think this, some others feel this, and there's this question about what is going on out there in some ways, this or that. So that kind of thing. And when you're talking about questions and points, we can easily turn those into the problem statement of why this is a challenge. So just challenge you to think about that when we go back into the next round of this. But yeah, great work. That's really a good start.
Yeah, you guys are definitely ahead of the curve here. So why don't we take another 10 minutes? You can go back, look at what you wrote, update it, edit it, and really think about what Sarah just suggested about taking some of the points or outcomes or questions that you had and thinking about what's underlying there Why are those problematic? Why are they difficult to resolve? And see if you can kind of update what you had based on that line of thinking and what you heard from others. And we'll come back and talk a little bit more about it. So take another, let's say another 10 minutes. And Sarah, if you want to put that slide back up, you can use that slide if you want, or you cannot. But yeah, take another couple minutes and then we'll talk a little bit more and then we'll break for lunch.
Are you just wanting us, Alex, to have some ideas on problems, or are you wanting more of a statement?
Yeah, I think we're going to work toward a statement. If you feel ready to try to write out a statement, that's great. If you're still in the phase where you're kind of thinking through your questions, your problems, the issues, that's really productive too. So wherever you're at is fine. The next session after lunch, we're going to really try to be explicit about writing out a statement. So for now, it's whatever's most helpful for you.
Okay.
Yeah. Timothy.
Yeah, just one thing with the original charge. One things we're charged with as a group is to come up with that population should be. And in the past, we have not been able to accurately establish what that population currently is. So with the DNA testing, that 1,376 estimate is the most accurate information we have up to date, and it was never really possible before. So what we're doing, I think, in our decision making, one of the things that should be in a problem statement is 1376 the right number? And we should be addressing that because that is in our charge. Is it got to be higher or lower? So that's just my thoughts.
Okay, thanks, Timothy. Thanks for sharing that. Vinny, do you have a question or a comment?
Yeah, I wonder if Neil Anderson's still on, if I could ask him a question for the group while we're working on this.
Sure, Neil, are you with us?
Is he not?
You may be maybe off the call at the moment, but I'm sure he'll be back at some point.
I'll just wait for him to come.
Yeah.
I'll hold it.
I'll call him and get him back on here.
Thanks, Justin. Would anyone like a little more time to keep writing? Okay, well, I'll take that as a sign that we can reconvene here. Let's start with if anyone has questions or comments or not problem statement things that they would like to share or ask now before we jump back into the problem statements. Does anyone have questions that came up during that past few minutes? Timothy, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and it's not just me thinking. So is there currently an issue with mountain lions and livestock in Northwest Montana? Is there statistically a number that we know of interactions in a year, or are we tracking anything like that?
FWP folks, does anyone have thoughts on that?
Sorry, I missed the question, but I was talking to Neil and he's coming back, so he'll go to the question. So what was the question?
I just want to make sure that I'm not over focused on an issue that's not an issue. Is there a current issue with mountain lions and interaction with predation on livestock in Northwest Montana?
That would be a good question for Neil. I don't think so, but he will know firsthand.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Yeah, very, very limited. We do occasionally get issues with predation, but we have a lot of hobby farms and those type of things. And occasionally we get that. Most of our issues with mountain lions are more of an urban setting where primarily younger lions, but not always, are in urban areas, pets, those type of things. But there is a very small amount of livestock that interactions that we do have to deal with. But it's not a major factor up here.
Right, but you have a means to deal with that, so that wouldn't be underneath our population control measures.
No, the only thing that would be considered in terms of population control is where that population is and how does that relate to the frequency of instances.
All right, I'll leave that out of my statement then. Thank you.
Yep.
Vinny, did you have a question for Neil?
Neil, my question is, other than maybe fine-tuning ways to target lion populations along the the private-public land interface that we have a lot of around Eureka and up and down the river drainages in Region 1, and the somewhat more remote areas like we talked about with sheep and mule deer. Are you satisfied with the way our current management plan here, at least in Region 1, is going?
I think that's a little bit of what you're here to kind of discuss. So, in terms of, I heard a lot of talk about, harvest strategies and those type of things. Harvesting mountain lions, I think somebody else brought it up, is actually fairly simple. There are a lot of different methods for doing that. So the real question at hand, and I think I've heard some folks answer that we always struggle with, is that, where are we at with mountain lion populations? And I think I heard Casey and a few others really state that well, that's really the crux of the issue that we struggle with the most is where are we at? How do we affect mountain lion populations and to what extent? So yeah, I don't know if I'm answering your questions. I think we have the adequate mechanisms are in place. And even if they do change, I think there are other adequate mechanisms out there to allow us to manipulate the lion population up, down, or stable for whatever this group comes up with. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think for the most part, I guess, it really comes down to, why are we here and what's wrong with what we have? And I think, Terry asked that same question.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons we tried to steer you guys away from season structure, to be honest, because that can be a rabbit hole you could get down and it could really take away from what I think could be actually a fairly difficult decision for this group anyway, is where are we at with populations and where do we want to be?
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And Vinny, I think the two questions you just asked, why are we here and what's wrong with the current regulations, are really good guiding questions for thinking about your problem statements. So bear those in mind now and in the next session. So with that in mind, does anyone have a statement that they revised or wrote anew that they would like to share? Again, we're just brainstorming here. This is just kind of practicing, getting the hang of it. Jason, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so after the first, little round there, I think to me, what I heard, so I think one of the number one problems is we don't know how many lions are on the landscape. So that's a hard place to start when you don't know, but I think we've got a pretty good idea of the 1376 number that was brought up. And it's tough because how many lions are good for me isn't good for my neighbor. So you've got all those, I listed out about 5 or 6 user groups that, lions affect too, to where a sustainable number, is what everyone wants, but how do you get there? What's sustainable, when they're in your backyard? 0, maybe what's sustainable, 10 miles away, 100. So I think that to me is sort of where I see one of the bigger problems, the number and how many we actually have. Because if you underestimate it and then you go and harvest a whole bunch, then all of a sudden we're going, boy, we're way too low. They took way too much of a hit. So what are we going to do there? It's always, the evil that you don't see in the room. So that's some of the brainstorming that I come up with. And I think we could use that best science and possibly put a number, less 10% or less 20% or somewhere in there if it's a buffer. But that's just some ideas I was sort of brainstorming.
Great, thanks, Jason. So just again, I'll do this every once in a while, but to kind of reflect back what you were saying, what I'm hearing is, how do we come up with the harvest target that we want when there are multiple different groups of people that may want different things, when there's uncertainty in the science, and when preferences might vary in different places within the ecoregion? Is that kind of capturing what you're saying?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Great. Timothy, I see your hand raised.
Yes, and I like what Jason was saying with bringing the science into it. Is is there a number out there that the FWP has in their mind that we need to maintain at least a minimum of to maintain biological diversity within the species?
Alex, if that was a question that you'd like to have a response to, I could offer kind of what I offered in the introduction, that there is no one number that magically works. And as has been pointed out, there are some competitive trade-offs amongst different predator species and certainly prey species that influence all that. But largely, I come back to the statement that our social sideboards tend to be more narrow than our biological sideboards. So long as there's enough animals out there to effectively breed and maintain their population, which we haven't detected any challenges there, we can go lower and we can go higher, and that's what this whole exercise is about. Is what is that social level? We don't have a magic number that fits, and even if we did have a magic number that fits today, that number would differ a year from now, based on the changes that we're going to see in the prey and the habitat communities.
Right, I understand that. I was just looking for scientifically a low that would compromise the integrity of the diversity that we can start a range with. Whether that low is 1,200 to 1,376, or if that low is 1,000, or if there's anyone that's got any scientific background in that area, they can talk to it. If not, that's fine.
I think you could also look at some of the ranges that we currently have with those credible confidence intervals, that certainly indicate that we're not tied to that number. It could be, that number could be substantially lower, and just based on the science that we do have, and we're not seeing challenges with that population currently.
I think these are really good questions. I fear that we're jumping ahead to the kind of outcomes and action stage of things. And so I want to maybe rein us back in and keep the focus for now on what the underlying problem is, whether that's differing value systems around what that number should be, or something else. We will have an opportunity to talk more specifically about numbers tomorrow. So we will get into that. But I just want to pull it back just a little. I see 2 hands up, so let me go to Casey first.
Yeah, I just was gonna say the same thing. I think biological diversity is not an issue in Montana. It won't become an issue. That was it.
Okay.
Thank you, Casey. That answers a lot. Thank you.
Josh's hand is up as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to give some input on a revised problem statement that I came up with, and it's a little bit redundant from your summary of what Jason said, but it's
no, that's good.
Essentially that mountain lion population management in this ecoregion has multiple complexities and challenges due to the diversity in the landscape, the variability in the population estimates, the impacts and associations with other species, i.e. wolves and ungulates. There are multiple user groups affected, and we have socioeconomic and political pressures and influences to consider. Thank you.
Thanks, Josh. So we've got a few more minutes before lunch. Does anyone else want to share what they were thinking about or writing about, or ask questions or pose issues to the group? Cody, go ahead.
One thing that Wally had spoke on earlier was the there's a lot of changes on our landscape with private ground, a lot of people moving into the area. Obviously, SPP sold a ton of property, and that has been sold off and sold off again down in my area. One issue that we're going to have in the future, I'm afraid of, is these. I had a lady tell me that, don't your dogs know the difference between private land and public land? And I told the lady, no, they don't. So my fear is houndsmen are going to have struggles with that in the future, coming with more and more private property, where we used to have log and timber company land is now going to have houses in my country quite a bit. And so that's a concern that I have that is going to be coming forward for everybody in Ecoregion 1.
Terry. Sorry, you're muted still.
Cody, I think that's a good point. That's a whole nother discussion, another 2 days on that issue. I think Fish and Game needs liaison people in every region and keep our biologists and our game wardens out of spending 2/3 of their time doing that rather than what we're hiring them to do. But that's a whole nother issue. But I just put down here, how do we manage lions, and keeping in mind the recreational enthusiasts, keeping a sustainable number, keeping in mind the recreational enthusiasts, the ungood populations and other wildlife populations, the sportsman group, the homeowners, livestock owners, and other predators populations as well, and still stay within the boundary of state, federal limitations and responsibilities.
Terrific. Thanks, Terry. Wally, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just kind of answer a little bit for Cody that on his question in regards to some of the private lands. As you know, SPP did sell a lot of land. Flathead Ridge Ranch has purchased almost 125,000 acres in Region 1, and it is their intention to keep it the way it's been. I'll just throw that out. There's been a small closure in one area where the owners are going to build a house, and they are going to want to close some of that area off. But as long as in their future right now, there is going to be no change to that land for generations to come. They want to keep it the way it is, and they would like to work with and have worked with Fish and Game. We did get it into a block management program this year. And if there is any questions, issues that I can feed back to the Flathead Ridge Ranch people, by all means, they're really receptive to listening to the public and want to help in any way they can.
Thank you.
Well, folks, I think we've come a very long way in a very short time. So I'm really impressed at the clarity and articulation that all of you have given to this very complicated and challenging issue. And I think we're really starting to get into that. So I think we can break for lunch. After lunch, we're going to come back and continue working on the problem statement in smaller groups and try to get some problem statements written out. Before we go to lunch, is there anyone else who'd like to share what they were thinking or writing with the group before we take an hour break? All right, well, Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, just a kind of a process thing as much as anything else, housekeeping, I guess. If you want to choose during the break, if you want to choose to log out, you can do so. Just use that same link to get back in. I'm just going to shut my monitor, or not my monitor, but the video and the audio off. But if you choose to log off, you can do so and just use that same link to get back in afterwards.
Yeah, I'll also add that not being able to eat together is one of the real tragedies of having to do this over Zoom. So the Zoom will remain open. If you'd like to have lunch here, keep chatting with folks. We won't be taking notes, but you're welcome to stay on the Zoom. I think you'll still be live on YouTube, so just be aware of that. But yeah, but we'll leave it open if you guys want to chat informally about anything. So. All right. Well, with that, we'll meet in 1 hour at 1:30, and we'll get in some small groups to keep working on this. So thanks, everyone.
What are my doggies doing, huh? Look at that snow canopy. You guys want to go outside? Go on. Go on, look at it. Snowing. Yeah, snowing canopy. It's snowing. Hello.
Oh. Sounds good. I appreciate that.
We haven't started yet.
Nope, not yet.
Okay. All right, Chad. I had to go I got a sick old hound dog in the house. I had to go let her out before I could keep going. So you working for Newton Logging, Chad?
Yeah, I've been sawing for Mike Newton the last 3 years, I guess.
Okay.
And,
He's from Eureka.
yeah, yep. Yeah, well, Mike, he's old Eureka blood. So
Yep.
yeah, I'm mostly just doing welding and fabrication work for him now. I just and so kind of trying to phase out of the cutting thing again for the third time. So
it's kind of like a lost art anymore, though.
it is. That's the problem. There's not many guys that are good at it, and so you get called and bagged, and there's something about the woods that just calls you back. And even though it's usually either waist deep snow or it's 100 degrees or it's pouring rain, or there's about 2 weeks in the spring and fall that are just the best job on the planet. But
When I was a kid, I'm from Southern Idaho, but my uncle was a sawyer around McCall and Donnelly, Idaho.
Yeah,
He's big timber. And I remember when I was a kid, I was like 12 years old. He made $100 every day.
Yeah,
that was a lot of money in those days.
Yeah,
that's not much money these days, but that was a lot of money.
Yeah. There's kind of there's such a difference between, and that's kind of why nobody's gotten into it, and I can't keep cutters, is there's just really not much incentive to train, in although through the 60s to the early 90s, it was, man, everybody drove brand new pickup and they had a nice place, and it was not a big deal. And now you go to these, sawing crews, you got to go on the road to make money. And even at that, it's just a bunch of guys that are barely making it,
Yeah, my brother-in-law owned the chainsaw shop up here, Grace Creek Service.
Oh, okay.
And we're married to twin sisters. But he, when he first took over that saw shop, and I think it was in the early 80s,
Yeah.
And he said he had like 70 professional sawyers.
Yeah.
And when he sold it about 4 years ago, he didn't have any.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
It's
changed.
It's really changed, and it's a challenge, it's like I said, you have to get real though, as far as the life or not the amount of good quality years you can do it. And it's awesome. Yeah, it's awesome work, and the fact that you stay in shape and you're in the woods, and and you just get to be in awesome places and see every sunrise. But you're always so thrashed, and you're always fighting injury, and you hit a point where you're like, gotta say, I know I can do a lot of other things, so I'm not like forced to by any means cut, but it's something that gets in your blood, and it.
Oh, yeah.
You can't wait to get away, and about a month later you're like, golly, I wish I was back in the woods. So
well, it's honest work, and these days it pays if you're specialized in it.
Yeah. It's good work. I don't know, for whatever reason I seem to find my way back there, and then I do other things, but I still do a lot of welding for Mike, and him and Nettie are good people.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Terry.
Yes.
Terry, I called Arlie Burke last night.
Oh, did you?
83 years old, and he snowshoed all the way in to some friggin' lake to catch 3 fish.
He's amazing, and
I know it.
He's been fishing a lot. He doesn't cat hunt much anymore, but he fishes all the time. Fishes every day. Every day.
Yeah.
Unless it's like 30 below,
Yeah, but like you said, he's not sitting in some hot house down in the valley. He always walks into them lakes up there in the Fen Lakes and up in Terry Alt and all that.
It's amazing. He's a tough guy, I'm telling you. I have had a lot of fun with Artie Burke over the years, let me tell you. So I can't tell those stories here, but So I've had a lot of fun chasing mountain lions with that guy. So including the Brown Ring Reservation all over. So yeah, a lot of fun. So,
Well, folks, if you can hear me and you're near your computer, let's go ahead and regather. We can get started up for the rest of the day. We got most folks, couple still coming. All right. Well, thanks for coming back, everybody. Hope you had a nice break for lunch. So as I said earlier, we're going to kind of keep moving today closer and closer to getting a single problem statement that this whole group can get behind. And the next step in that process, we started with everyone working individually. The next step is we're going to break into small groups. And then at the end of the day, we'll come back as a big group. So before we do that, I just thought it would be helpful for Sarah to put back on the screen that example of a problem statement from the house example, just to give you guys a sense of, again, of what constitutes a problem statement and what a good one looks like. And so obviously this is a really different kind of problem than the one we're dealing with, but I think it shows a couple of important points. It shows that there are multiple parts to a problem statement. It can address a number of different complicated aspects of a problem. And that really emerged in our first session, thinking about all the different parts of what's going on here and what makes this a problem. When you read this example, you can see that it's not focused on what the outcome or the action is going to be. It's trying to focus on why is this decision needing to be made and why does it matter and why is it difficult to make the decision. So those are some really good things to keep in mind as we move into this small group work, as you try to make your own problem statement. So I wanted to put this up, give everyone a chance to read it again, to kind of digest it and carry it with them into the small groups. Yeah, just how about everyone takes a moment, reads that. If anyone has any questions, we can address those, and then we'll talk about going into the breakout rooms and getting started here. So Sarah, is there anything you want to add to kind of prime folks as we move into this next session?
I think you've covered it really well. I guess just to reiterate again, the point I was saying earlier about when you have questions or points that some of you shared earlier, those are the kinds of things that are really helpful to think about spinning into a description of why this is a difficult decision to be made, or what are the uncertainties about it. And, sometimes if your questions are actually things that FWP probably has an answer to, we can get them in to answer those questions too, even in your small group breakout. We can call on them if you have a question that you need answered, but otherwise, if it's something that's more broadly unknowable or likely unknowable, then go ahead and put that into why this is a difficult decision to be made, if that makes sense.
Thanks, Sarah. Okay, let me just give a quick explanation of how this is going to work. I am going to break us up into 3 groups, so about 3 to 4 people each. And you're going to be automatically put into a separate Zoom room with just your groups. And the idea is, and the goal is for you to write a problem statement that reflects everyone's voice in the group and that gets at the diversity of problems, explains why this is difficult and what you think is going on. So you can build off of the individual writing and discussion that we did before lunch, but the goal is, at the end of this time, you and your small group will come up with a single problem statement that reflects everyone's input from that group. We have about an hour and 15 minutes to do this. Sarah and I will be checking in and out of the groups to see how it's going, to answer questions. It probably won't take us a full hour and 15 minutes to put it together. So what we'll probably do is come back, discuss, and then give you another chance to go back with your groups and kind of revise things based on discussion or based on questions that come up. But we'll play the timing by ear, depending on how things are going. So does anyone have any questions? Or are you guys ready to get started and get moved to the groups? Sarah's got a hand.
I just wanted to see if anyone got that link I sent earlier, and I'll send it again, just so you can see those 6 questions or bullet points that we can use to refer to for writing out a problem statement. So let me make sure that is ready to go. Okay. All right, and I will figure out how to get that link. Why is it being difficult? Anyway, I'll get that link to you guys, and then yeah, if you need our help, just there's a way to raise hand too if we're not in your group at the time, right? So yeah, we'll visit around right away, make sure everyone's kind of understands what we're doing, right?
Just to clarify, in this case, you want somebody to type it out, right? Like, so
That's right. Yeah. So thanks for mentioning that, Justin. So yeah, we do need one person from each group who's willing to be the scribe or the note taker. And what we want you to do, the first session when we were all working individually, the idea was to try to brainstorm, to get familiar with the process. This time, we really want you to work toward writing out a problem statement in the form that that Sarah was just showing on that slide. So pick a note taker, whether that's a volunteer or a victim, whatever it might be. That person is going to type it out and try to get something down that everyone in your group can agree to, or something close to that. Yeah.
And at this point too, I mean, if it needs to be in bulleted form, that's also fine. If it's easier to think in that way, it doesn't have to be a paragraph yet. We can work on that final goal later on, but whatever you guys think is most conducive to your groups, getting all those thoughts out there.
All right, you guys ready? Okay, let's do it.
Hey, Alex.
Hi, Liz.
This is Liz. I was just on another call, and so I missed what happened. Are we supposed to do I just come back in an hour and a half?
You should have been invited to a breakout room, and this goes for Grover and Timothy as well. And I think you should just have to agree to join it. And Liz, you can join yours or not. It's just a breakout room for the FWP folks. But if you want to pop off for the next hour and 15, that's okay too.
Okay, if I don't have a role, I might just do some work right now and come back.
Yep. Yeah. That's
so is the next, I guess, what time should I be back here?
Well, we're going to reconvene as a full group at 3.
At 3, okay.
So if you want to be there for that, then that would be the time to come back.
Okay, I'll check in because I want to kind of keep tabs on how this is going. So, all right, thanks. Appreciate it.
Yep, you bet. So Timothy, were you able to get into your breakout room? Hello. All right, everyone is finally in their rooms now.
All right, I'm gonna head in and see if they need any help and then head over to the FWP.
You want
Chat
to do
again.
group one and I'll do group two?
Sounds good.
All right.
I'll be right back, Alex.
Sure. Howdy, folks. Sorry to interrupt and bring us back. I could tell there were some really great discussions happening, but I just wanted to give a quick moment here to circle the wagons and see how it was going, and hear a little feedback from the groups. I also could tell that as I bounced through a few of the different groups, there were still some questions lingering about the spatial capture recapture method, and so I wanted to make sure we had a chance to talk a little bit more about that. If folks still have questions about that, we've still got FWP folks here who can help answer questions about that. So does anyone have any questions about the spatial capture recapture method that are standing in the way of the problem statement, or feel like are really integral to the problem statement that we can talk a little bit more about as a group?
Well, I guess in our group, the question came up, just how accurate is it? Are we basing all of our information on the SCR, and exactly how accurate is that to determine our really current population of lions? That was a question that came up in our group.
I think in every group.
Yeah, Terry, it sounded like you guys had some questions along those lines as well.
Everybody can see this. So I was trying to explain earlier that if all those lines are the orange hot areas, and that's where they multiplied it towards the acreage that's left in the rest of the area. Well, the rest of the area is 90% of the lions are along those orange lines. How do they know that the rest of that 50% of that or more of that area has the same density of lions? I think they're thinking it's just a question. I'm not a biologist. It seemed to me that what Grover sent out the other day made total sense to me. It's just me.
So I'll try to address that a little bit.
Okay.
So we picked two study areas, that big trend area over in the Thompson River, because it has a wide variety of habitat values. So it has high as well as relatively low habitat values. And then we also included the stuff down in Missoula, which actually has some even lower habitat values. And I think there's a confusion at how we're applying that across the landscape. So because we have, habitats that range from not as good to fairly high in all of our areas and within Northwest Montana, what we're really doing is trying to apply apples to apples. So we're not taking high quality habitat estimates and trying to apply them in low quality habitat. It really is an effort to try to make sure we're comparing apples to apples all the way across the ecoregion. Does that make sense? I think folks got caught up on that line where there's lines, and really that's not the case. You have to look at the cell value and the dispersion of those cell values. Those are what were searched, not the lines. And so basically there's a accumulation of different habitat values in there, ranging from, moderate to fairly high, which is pretty much all of Northwest Montana. And they were applied to the same habitat values across the region. So it really wasn't apples to apples. And if you actually look at the overall estimate, that 3.7 mountain lions per 100 square kilometers, that is actually pretty consistent with almost every research effort that's ever been done on mountain lions that have decent quality habitat. I think Northwest Montana has the highest quality habitat in the state. And so it's really isn't fitting with what we've seen in other areas. So it's not out of a line. But, kind of even to address the accuracy, there will never be a 100% accurate estimate. And we just don't get that in wildlife with any species we have. So at some point you have to use the best available science you have. And right now this is really, in terms of across the country, the most cutting edge, best available science that almost any state has. So I hope that answers your guys' question.
It's good to know.
Interesting.
Thanks a lot, Neil, for that clarification. I think that really helps a lot. So did anyone come up with a problem statement that they're ready to read, or are folks still kind of in the middle of it?
I think we sent ours through chat, the chat box, I believe.
I'm not sure that I got it. I don't know if others did.
Correct. I posted it to our chat in our breakout room. I can read it off of our chat.
Yeah, that would be great, Timothy.
And again, different points of view on this, but this is what I was thinking and what I shared with the chat room. So it's not necessarily our group, but it's where we're starting at right now. Our lion population estimate is approximately 1376 and is too large. The population is too large for the carrying capacity of the environment, which is shared with ungulates and wolves. Overharvesting over time would reduce populations to unhealthy levels, as seen in 1998. We can afford to increase harvest to reduce population. However, we must identify an optimal population goal to sustain and reevaluate in 6 years.
Timothy. Folks have thoughts or reactions, or other groups that are willing to share what they worked on, or do you guys need some more time to go back and put something together?
We don't have a per se statement. We came up with several bullet points, I should say, of different things. Being one, our group felt that the outfitters have suffered over the years with a draw that came into place, just because they've lost a lot of their ability to book clients on the draw system through the Region 1 area. Access to private lands becomes difficult in a lot of areas just because of gated roads, closures on some of the timberland and private lands. We feel that's been a problem situation. One other thing would be possibly less micromanagement in specific areas and a more broadband management plan that over the entire area that would maybe open up more access to different user groups.
Great, thanks, Wally. Anyone from the third group want to share what you've got so far? Again, we'll take a few more minutes to go back to these groups and let you tweak and refine. We'd love to hear what you're thinking. Sounds like we need a little more time, so that's okay. So why don't we go back to the groups that we had? I will set those up now, and I want to just say, I think the temptation is always there for all of us to start getting into what happens next and what the action is and what the kind of target is. And there will come a time for that. But I think right now we just have to be very disciplined about sticking with what the problem is, why this decision is difficult, why it matters. So just keep bearing that in mind. I guarantee we are going to get to a stage in this process where we start talking about what do we do. But for today, I think if we can stay as disciplined as we can and stick with this problem statement, we'll put ourselves in a really good position to do that. So the idea is for each group to come up with a problem statement that they're happy with, and then for the big group to come together, pick our favorite one, and then refine it as a full group. We may not get there by the end of the day today, and if we don't, that's okay. We can pick it back up tomorrow morning. But I want to encourage everyone to try to actually just give it a shot and write out a problem statement within your group that you guys can get behind. So see if you can do that, and we'll give you a few more minutes. So let me get those rooms set back up and give you guys the chance to do that. Does that sound good? All right, here we go. All right, welcome back, folks. Thanks for working on that. So what we're going to do is have each group share what they've got, however complete or incomplete it is. We'll take a short break, come back at 3, and then have some discussion about what folks have shared. If we need to go back into small groups, we'll do that. And if we're ready for a big group discussion, we'll do that. But let's start, and sorry to put folks on the spot, but let's start with group 1. That's Casey, Josh, and Wally.
All right, here's our statement. With the amount of user groups at stake in our lion population, we as a group need to determine the current population of lions in our region. Are our populations healthy or not? Is one good question. It is also important for the succession of our ungulate population's future by determining what our future mountain lion population should be.
All right, thank you. Let's get group 2, which is, 1 second, Benny, Cody, and Terry. What do you guys have for us?
Okay, I don't know if we're completely done, guys, but this is what we got.
All right.
Managing lions to maintain a population is challenging depending on which user group is concerned. FWP needs to establish the needs of sportsmen, houndsmen, ranchers, and others to manage lions at an acceptable level between the user groups. Where sheep or other struggling ungulate populations, FWP will allow a more liberal open general quota season to create hunter opportunity on lions that are preying on struggling ungulate or sheep populations. In the case of unused lion tags, FWP can have a cleanup mechanism season to make biological of cats needed to be harvested in said region. How do we FWP to manage other predator populations that are causing destruction within ungulates and sheep? Wildlife services could be invoked by FWP when ungulate levels get to critical levels caused by other predators in that said region. Mountain lions are not the only predator eating the ungulates and livestock. So one of the big things that we're talking about is really, I know we're talking about levels of mountain lions needing to be harvested, but there's other predators that are causing the big issue here that we are struggling to control. So how do we do that? Invoking wildlife services or doing something when those ungulate levels are hitting those critical levels.
Terrific. Thank you, guys.
And one of the things with the cleanup mechanism season, there is different people, whether it's non-residents or residents, they can put in for a mountain lion tag for $15, not even have to buy the license. And that lion doesn't get harvest control FWP to be able to determine if those tags are used or not, whether it's a person that isn't going to harvest a lion that draws a tag, anti-hunter that draws the tag, or something along those lines. There needs to be some type of a cleanup mechanism so that they can get the exact level of lions they want removed off the landscape each season.
Great. Thanks, Cody. All right, our last group, Grover, Jason, Josh, and Timothy.
All right, I posted in chat, but really we dropped our last sentence and we added a new last sentence in there. But population densities vary across the ecoregion and many challenges exist, including conflicting user groups, variable access, complex interactions with other species, wolves, and imperfect population estimates. We just identified a few more problems that were in there.
Okay, so that's great. Thank you guys for putting in that work and for pushing yourselves to write out these statements. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene at 3 and we'll dig into these statements a little further and work toward getting one for the full group. Does that sound good?
And real quick question, Cody, could you send me that possibly what you were, I was trying to type, but I couldn't keep up. So
Yeah, for group
maybe through
one
chat or
two,
just email.
What-
Yeah, I think I got the other two.
you got the other
What
two.
is your email?
I'll put that in chat. Just one
Okay.
sec.
I just put it in there. Might not have been hyperlinked. I'm not sure. Yeah, if you could send what you've got to Sarah, if you typed it up on a computer, that will help us out. Oops. Thanks. See you in a couple minutes. All right, folks, sorry, we're just getting a little organized here. So Sarah is right now putting together the statements that all of you wrote, and she is going to send those out to everyone. So you have those to look at. We're also going to send you the bullet points that came out of our discussion in the very first round when everyone had a chance to think individually. It seemed like the small group discussions were really productive and really generative. So we want to give you a chance to keep those going a little bit longer and to look at what everyone said from all the groups, and then to think about whether the statement you have, whether you want to edit it to include some of what other folks said, whether you want to, switch teams and endorse one of the other statements on there. But we thought it would be helpful for each small group to see what the full group has been saying and to think a little bit more about that. Again, I know this process seems slow and maybe a little frustrating at times, but our goal for today is to get to a single problem statement that reflects the entire group. So each step of this process is trying to get us a little bit closer to there. So that's the idea for now. We'll let you guys discuss in the small groups a little bit longer. And then what we'll do for the very end of the day is try to come back together as a full group and settle on a single problem statement. We'll probably pick one of the three that comes out of the small groups and then tweak it accordingly to make sure everyone's voice in this committee is reflected in the final problem statement. So Sarah should be sending that out any moment now. I know she's just cleaning up all the statements and getting them into one thing to send you. So is everyone reasonably nearby to their email where they can pull that up, or have someone in their group who can pull it up?
Let's actually try. This might even be faster to go with the link to this document. See if that works for you guys. And still tidying up a little bit here.
Yeah. So if you're at a computer, try to click that link. If it's not working for you, let me know and we'll get that sorted out. And then we'll send you guys back into the groups to discuss and tweak a little bit. Is anyone confused about what we're about to do? All good. You guys are on top of it. All right. I am going to send you back into your groups and keep the discussion going. So thanks again. And thanks to Sarah for putting those together.
Can I just add one quick thing, Alex?
Yes, please.
So I see in some of these things that read more like the things we would like to do, right? Instead of explaining why we want to do those. So I would challenge you to think about, and you see something that looks like a means to accomplishing some goal, ask what is it that you're trying to accomplish so we can really understand what underlies that desire to see something happen. So we're saving those alternative ideas till later, but here we want to build the foundation to help us naturally get to those alternatives at a later point by describing the challenge.
That's great. Thanks for that, Sarah. Yeah, those action items, they're really good windows, but use them to help you think about, okay, why do we need this action? What's the problem here? And try to translate it into that language. And we will, as I said, I promise we will get to those actions. You'll get a chance to voice those. And we're taking really good notes so they're not getting lost. All right, so away we go, back to the rooms.
I guess I'll finish later.
All right, folks, welcome back. Did everyone just see Sarah's chat? She just put her email address in the chat. If you can send her what you've got, we can share it with everyone. Oops. Getting some iTunes going here.
Over, that's yours. There you go.
Is anyone unable to send Sarah their group's problem statement?
Haven't seen any yet, so yes.
Okay, well, while we're waiting for them to come through, we can talk about what we're going to do next. So we've got the fun task in the last hour and a half today of trying to settle on one problem statement for this group. When we looked at Sarah's slides about this process earlier, remember that we can come back to this problem statement as the process goes forward. If we get into objectives tomorrow and we feel like we missed something, we can come back and edit it. But it would be great to end the day today with a draft statement that this group agrees upon. So to that end, I think the easiest way to go about this is to put these three statements up. From the last round, it was looking like group threes was the most similar to the format that we're looking for a problem statement. So just bear that in mind. We'll put these up and we'll open it up for discussion. Folks can comment on what they like, what they don't like, what's missing. If people have strong feelings about choosing one of these over another or eliminating one over another, we'll open up the discussion. We'll keep it respectful, but let's try to move toward putting our energy behind one of these statements, which we can then tweak, modify, and update to everyone's needs for the rest of the time today. So once Sarah gets those, she'll throw them up on the screen and we can read through each one and start making that selection.
Sarah, did you get mine?
That Cody just asking or Josh? I've gotten Cody's and Josh's.
Okay.
We need one from, well, which Josh?
Josh Ledger. It only shows first name in the chat.
I just said group three. Might take a few seconds to get there.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate you guys sticking with it. I know it's a long day, but it's worth it. Thank you.
All right, I think I'm back. I lost you guys there for a minute. I hadn't shared this screen. All right. So can you all see? I don't know actually if this is group 1 or 2 here. Each of these might have been flipped around.
So maybe I'll just read these one at a time, and then we can invite folks to comment on likes, dislikes, what's missing. Let's all be respectful. I know we're all working hard and new to this, but let's try to move toward choosing one of these 3, or at least putting our energy behind one to edit. So group 1, with the amount of user groups invested in our lion population, we as a group need to determine the current population in the region. Is the population healthy? Is the carrying capacity of the habitat overtaxed or not? And is the population a detriment to other predator and ungulate populations? Are there growing amounts of conflicts with humans? Is there a healthy amount of harvest success? All right, so that's group 1. I'll just read them all off the bat. Group 2, managing lions to maintain a sustainable population is challenging depending on which user group is concerned. FWP needs to establish the needs of sportsmen, houndsmen, ranchers, and other user groups to manage lions at an acceptable level between the user groups. Fish, Wildlife, and Parks needs to consider specific problems like struggling sheep population being targeted by lions. Unused tags make it difficult to reach objectives. Unhealthy ungulate populations need to be addressed when determining overall lion populations. And group 3, I might have to have you scroll down just a little bit, Sarah. Great. Our lion population estimate is approximately 1376 and is too large for the carrying capacity of the environment, which is shared with ungulates and wolves. Population densities vary across the ecoregion and many challenges exist, including conflicting user groups, variable access, complex interactions with other species, wolves, and imperfect population estimates. With the amount of stakeholders in our lion population, we as a group need to determine the current population in the region. It is also important for the success of struggling sheep and ungulate populations in the future to determine what our lion population should be. We can afford to increase harvest to reduce population. However, we must identify an optimal population goal to sustain and reevaluate in 6 years. Overharvesting over time would reduce populations to unhealthy levels as seen in 1998. So let's just open it wide. Terry? Yeah, go ahead, Terry.
No, go ahead.
No, that's it. I'm done.
Okay. Well, I like all 3 of them. I thought you guys everybody did a good job, but 3 seems to probably cover the basis maybe better for what you're after. And it mixes a little, everybody else is in there also.
Yeah, for group 3, I typed that up, and our group, we did intentionally mix the other groups in there, trying to compile their thoughts and ours together. I guess key question is, did we delete somebody's information out of there that they feel is important and need to get back in there?
Yeah, just to clarify here, as we pick these, we can go and answer that exact question, Timothy, about whether we need to grab stuff that may be missing from the one we're working on from the other groups, or what else you guys come up with through further discussion here.
One of the things that let's see here, am I muted?
No, we can hear you.
Okay. One of the things that I struggle with, I guess, is on the special permit process, it allows opportunities for anti-hunters to put in people that aren't using the tags. So unused tags make it difficult to reach objectives is one of the things, Timothy, that I see on there that's not in there. And I don't know if that's something we want to add or not, but it definitely makes it a challenge for biologists to meet the exact number of cats they want harvested if the tag holders themselves aren't using the tags, or anti-hunters put in for the tags, that type of thing, under the special permit process that's in place now.
Right. Our thinking on that was similar to livestock, if there's an issue specific to that, that Fish, Wildlife and Parks already has a system in place to take care of those things. I agree with you 100%. It's just that I think there's things already in place to cover those that weren't within the scope of managing the population at our level for the region.
Yeah.
Just my thoughts.
Other folks want to chime in on what's missing or what could be taken out of any of these? Seems like we're starting to converge on maybe group 3s as a starting point, and we can keep editing it if that's true.
Good job, group 3.
Well, they didn't do it alone. Everyone's ideas all day.
Yeah, we plagiarized from everyone else.
That's right. That's a good thing.
Yeah, good job, everyone. This is a lot of hard work to keep working on this part of this process. So.
I've got a question or a point on group 3's paragraph there. Are we putting too much emphasis on that 1376 number where the confidence range was so broad? I think that number is assailable and maybe we should leave it out. And have it say our lion population estimate is too large, and just leave it at that.
Right, and we probably could. Our conversation there was that the estimate that we have currently is much better than it was 10 years ago. And that's the number that was provided. So that's why we were quoting that number. But I agree, if you guys want to delete that out, that's great. That's fine.
I know there are people out there that are going to jump all over that number.
I agree with Benny on that.
Right. The Montana not Montana Outdoor, sorry. The article that I posted to the email a couple days ago, it had the same, it had 1,400. So that's public knowledge for those that are following the population of mountain lions. 1,400 is public knowledge. So it might be a second or third introduction of that number, but that number should be out there for anybody that's concerned about it already.
Oh yeah, it's public knowledge. It's just how much we emphasize it.
Right, we can de-emphasize, that's easy, yes.
Because that number might change, the carrying capacity of lions might change in 20 years from now on what's an acceptable level, and that 1376 is either going to be low or high, right?
Right, but our charge in the beginning was to establish what that population should be.
Yeah.
And so that would be the science that we're using right now. That's the number that's being achieved through science. 10 years from now, we might have, or 6 years from now, when we reevaluate it, we might have a more accurate way. But that's what we have right now. So if that's the going in starting point, really are we trying to make it larger, make it smaller? Maybe that's a discussion for tomorrow, but make it larger, make it smaller, and how much, what should that population be? And maybe we don't talk to a number, maybe we talk to a percent.
And in a sense, what I like about that number is it gives you something to sink your teeth into. We didn't come up with that number, but that's at least something we can use.
Just add, so as we start editing these, we can think about each of the words or phrases that we need to focus on like that we might want to tweak or chat more about. So at this point, are we kind of leaning towards me grabbing this group 3 and we can start actually working on modifying that?
Yeah.
Would anyone object to that? Put it that way.
Yeah. Not hearing any no's. All right, I'm going to stop sharing the screen for just a minute while I get this set up so we can get 1 and 2 side by side. I don't want to get rid of those just yet until we've made sure we've brought anything over that we need to into the final version that we start working on next. It's not a final version, it's the next draft. Sorry.
So maybe just in terms of logistics, what we'll do is Sarah will pop this back up. We can spend another 5 minutes or so looking at it now. Take a little break, let you digest, grab a coffee if you need one, and then we'll come back for the last hour and try to tweak this so that all the words are just the way we want them for today, and everyone's voice is reflected here. So that's the plan. And remember, we can come back to this tomorrow too if we need to.
All right, any moment now, you should now hopefully see.
You see it.
2 on the left, and then this is the copy of group 3's over here on the right, and we can start building a combined together. Does that show up for everyone properly? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, is there anything from these 2 groups that you want me just to grab right now and stick? We can put it down here and think about where to place it, and think about how to refine it, but just don't want to lose anything that one of these other groups has written if we need to copy over.
I know Cody already mentioned that unused tags make it difficult to reach objectives with something. Sorry, Cody, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm just remembering you saying that.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
I don't, going back to the 1376 and it's too large. Did you guys say that was too large for the area? Was that statement anywhere said before?
I'll leave that to the folks from FWP to answer, but I think that came from you guys. And well, anyway, yeah, FWP folks, you have thoughts on that?
I guess I have to agree with Denny. I mean, we should.
Yeah, we've never made an assessment that that's too many mountain lions for the habitat. I mean, that came out of the group, and so maybe it's worth, for your point, Terry, clarifying what exactly that means. Like, is it too large socially, or?
To me, this is just me, but I have no problem saying it's 1376. But when Benny was saying that, I thought to myself, where did it say it was too large? That was the part I had with it.
That was inferred from the conversation that the ungulate population was decreasing because of the population of lions increasing. So if the population is causing a decrease in the ungulate population, then to right that, we would have to harvest more lions to allow the ungulate population to recover.
I think it's up to the discussion, later on possibly to decide whether or not that's really what we want to have accomplished, and if that's where we come from. I don't, the whole first sentence, I don't think is reflective of the actual position we're trying to make here, the problem we're trying to state.
I agree, Casey, and we did discuss that as well. And we mentioned that in some areas there is no problem. And this is a nice meeting to have, but the population might be fine where it's at, and the management processes in place might be fine as well. But I agree, we could probably drop that out of there. And if it comes up later, we can readdress it.
Think about it for a while, yeah.
I was thinking on that first sentence there that instead of saying is too large, we might change it to maybe too large for the carrying capacity of the current environment.
Might be, yeah.
You know, one of the things we're looking at is some of the area currently sustains the amount of lions that are in it, but some of them may not. And some of the area right now doesn't have as many ungulates as it should, but through some of the Forest Service projects and things, it may increase the ungulate population, which would bring it back to meaning the amount of lions that are currently there might be sustainable too. And I know it's kind of a moving target, but I think it's more of a broad statement if we make those two changes.
Why don't we try filling that language in and seeing how it sits with people, if that's okay with you, Sarah?
Yeah, so I'm gonna start just occasionally making edits as I hear you all talk. Those are not permanent edits by any stretch, so we can always revert or change again or whatever you guys need. So I'm just trying to listen and capture what I'm hearing and making the changes when you guys seem to be ready to. So that's helpful to give me the go ahead sometimes when we're ready.
And I want to reflect back something I just heard, which was that, and I'm not sure it's in there. I mean, it does say that population densities vary across the ecoregion, but what I just heard, and tell me if I'm wrong, is that the potential issues with mountain lions also vary across the ecoregion, and that's an important consideration. Is that, am I understanding what was said correctly and reflecting that back?
I think so. And we discussed that in our group as far as even close proximities, 20 miles difference between Troy, Montana, Libby, Montana, that the issues are different. Whereas in Libby, there might not be a large issue. And I'm not saying that there isn't, but in Troy, there might be more of an issue. And then when we get down to near St. Regis, there might be more of an issue down there with a overpopulation of mountain lions. So those might be things that we come up later and discuss, or it might be something that the individual districts have to manage based on what they're seeing in their districts. So it may be hard for us to capture those issues as a region.
So I think Sarah just did a good job of putting that succinctly. How do people feel about the text that she has highlighted there?
Looks good.
I got a technical question, Alex.
Yeah, go ahead.
I can't see, I can see the people halfway over that screen that we're trying to read. How do I click out of there or move that?
So there should be two little vertical bars. And if you, on the right-hand side, next to where people's images are, hover your mouse over that, you can kind of grab it and slide it. That may be what's happening. I'm not completely sure. That's my best guess.
Okay, I can read it better. I think Sarah moved it over now a little bit.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that, Jason.
Back under the first sentence there where it talks about being shared with ungulates and wolves. I know wolves are probably the primary competition, but we also got grizzly bears and black bears. Should we change wolves to predators?
I sort of had the same feeling about the sheep too. To where we're sort of singling out a species.
Right, and we discussed that. We put sheep in there because somebody else had highlighted sheep several times. Yes, sheep is another ungulate, so we don't need to separate it out, but it was something to separate because somebody else had previously mentioned it and highlighted it.
Bringing that back up. All right. Sorry, guys, I got dropped again. You see the statement again?
I don't see it yet, actually,
Okay.
but now it seems to be materializing.
Okay.
There we go. It's back for me.
So I missed whatever was just being said when I got booted out of Zoom.
Yeah, you captured predators. We were talking about combining sheep and ungulate to just ungulate.
Okay.
I think, is that what we're talking about?
That's right. Yep.
The struggling ungulate populations.
You know, if it's important to the group to highlight sheep, you could put in parentheses something like, for example, sheep, bighorn sheep, or whatever it is. You don't have to do that, but that's just an idea.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Maybe, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Where it says stakeholders, should we put in parentheses who the stakeholders are? Kind of identify that? Somebody that might be reading this might not get who all the stakeholders are.
I think that's a good idea, personally. Y'all are interested in that?
So who are the stakeholders?
That's a good question.
Sportsmen, houndsmen, livestock growers, etc.
That's a problem. If you're going to do that, you better not leave anybody out.
That's what the etc. is for.
I'd like to at least keep mule deer in there after bighorn sheep, because I think those are the two specific ones if you're going to specify an ungulate that we're concerned about, or at least I'm concerned about.
I have a question. Is this problem framing exercise for our benefit, or is it for, you know, somebody else's benefit to read this? Because that maybe makes a difference in how we frame things.
Oh, I can take this one, Alex. It's for both. So we want to make sure we're all on the same page first, and we can all fully share an understanding of what makes this a complex issue. But then this kind of work is what we report out to the public. I mean, the public is watching right now on YouTube, of course, but in the end, we often send out a final document to share that will include the problem statement, so that hopefully people who pick up this work can understand this issue and why it's complex, and then more of what you were thinking about as you walk through each of the steps of this decision analysis.
So in the middle there where it says we as a group need to determine the current population in the region, we've already determined that is 1376. Should we change current to healthy population? Meaning about or a balanced population?
Yeah.
Change current to balanced.
Yeah, I'm not sure balanced is correct though either.
I've heard the word sustainable used a number of times today, so I'll just say that. But it should come from you guys, not from me. So.
Yeah, I think sustainables, I mean, that's more of the science side of it, but there's also the social side of it that should be included.
Yeah, also this was inputs from several different groups that I'd thrown in there. So it might come up a couple more times in the next couple sentences. There might be areas to delete population out in other areas as well.
Maybe preferred population.
I'd say more of an unacceptable population. Because preference really carries over into individual user groups. They're all going to have different preference.
Yeah.
What about where it says with the amount of stakeholders in our lion population? Should it read something like with the amount of stakeholders represented with mountain lion management, something along those lines? Because it doesn't make sense with the amount of stakeholders in our population. Should it say something along those lines, represented with mountain lion management, something like that?
I would say maybe more the amount of stakeholders involved with mountain lion management.
Yeah, that sounds great.
So I want to flag something that stands out to me as an action, which is, as we know, something we're trying to avoid getting into yet, although we will get into it, which is we can afford to increase harvest to reduce population. I don't think we've come to, that's something we'll be thinking about tomorrow and in the future, but I want to ask if folks have any thoughts on what we're getting at with that and how we can change that from an action to a problem statement.
I think we were just calling out more, or maybe it was me calling out more, that we're not at a point right now where we have to deviate dramatically from the norm. The population is not at an extreme high, extreme low right now. And we can afford to go up or down without negatively impacting the biodiversity and the population. But yeah, we can discuss that later. It might not fit in here where it's at right now. That's fine.
I heard someone else speaking up, but I'm not sure who.
Could you do something along the lines of saying with the mountain lion studies showing that our population is higher than previously expected? Something along, because that's more of a statement than.
I don't think that the mountain lion studies really did show that they were higher than expected. I think they showed the 3.9, per 100 kilometers or whatever, which is very standard across all studies, I think. So I don't know if that's necessarily pertinent.
Do you have any ideas on that statement, Casey, to change it to then?
I'm not sure. I think I think I kind of agree with Alex there in regards to the action that is stated, or the kind of the course of direction that was stated in that we can afford to increase harvest populations. I think that's all to be determined, but to state the problem, I would also frame that possibly still that 1376 may be too large. It may be or may not be. I think it's up to us to kind of decide whether or not that we feel it's too large. So I don't know if that's necessarily language in the this original process. maybe I'm off base, but that's kind of the way I see it.
Well, I'd agree with that, because we're going to determine whether it's too large or too low later on when we
Yep.
get into the discussion, so maybe you should leave something in there that maybe says that we need to discuss the current population level of 1376 and determine whether it's too large or too low or something around in that.
Yeah, I think those last two sentences might be action items, and we could probably end it with that, what our Lions population should be. I'm not sure if the rest of that needs to be in there.
I'd agree with Timothy on that.
So just start the sentence with we can afford.
Or just delete all that, save it for later.
Oh, okay.
For discussion.
All right. Just a minor point, the amount is underlined up there where it's amount of stakeholders. Just grammatically, it should be number of stakeholders.
So are we thinking, is there agreement on kind of just moving this out of here for now and these last two sentences? One thing I do like about what's in this, the reevaluate in 6 years component, that gets at the timing of this decision, and it's going to be revisited on that basis, right? So might want to think about, if we do delete these two sentences, then incorporating that kind of information somewhere else in here.
The other issue I notice in that final sentence is over harvesting, which I know has come up a few times today and has been phrased in different ways. So it might be worth thinking about how to phrase that, more as a problem statement and less as an action, although I think maybe it's not so far off as currently written, but I just wanted to flag that because I know that came up in some of the individual comments this morning. So I don't want to lose that if someone wants that to be retained in there.
I think over harvesting would just be so objective, to each different person's opinion. To some, one animal would be over harvesting, to some 100 would be over harvesting. So
Yeah, that comes from that Montana Outdoors article from last month that calls out the population, or the quotas given out every year, increased all the way up through 1998 to the point where the houndsmen had issues with the amount of lions that were taken and the amount that were remaining. But maybe on the first sentence, maybe we just drop everything down to however, and then we start it with, we must identify an optimal population goal to sustain and reevaluate in 6 years.
I was involved in all that when we were doing all this. And so I remember the word over harvesting was something we were warned not to use because it gives certain groups windows into weaknesses. Is that a good way to say that?
Maybe you can tell us a little more about what you mean by that.
Right. So we want to make sure. Yeah, whatever.
I like the recommendation to eliminate what's currently highlighted and start that with, however, we must identify an optimal population goal to sustain and reevaluate in 6 years. And then erase the last sentence.
Any?
I would agree with that.
Yep.
And I'd still like personally to see just a change in that first sentence. I think the group is tasked with kind of making that decision whether or not we think it's too large or think it's too small, or it should remain as it is. So we could phrase that our problem to solve here is to make that determination. We're not going to start out with an assumption that it's maybe too large.
Yeah,
I would agree with that, because we need to get the population of ungulates and whether they're going up or down, and what's going on with the prey species before you can really say that, it's too large or too small.
And I think we capture that population in other places throughout. So yeah, we could probably drop that.
I agree.
Talking about this.
Weren't we gonna drop the last sentence, over harvesting over time would reduce populations to unhealthy levels seen in 1998? Wasn't that sentence supposed to be erased as well?
I was gonna follow up on that too. Right. So do we want to go ahead and delete that for now? Or
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and then back up to this that we were just talking about. Were you guys thinking that highlighted or modified in some way? And I'd also ask, could it be that part of the challenge here is that some people will think that the population is too small and others might think it's too big, and that's part of what makes this such a challenge?
Probably in this room right now. So
it may be important to state that explicitly, that I think it's kind of implied when we talk about stakeholders, but I've heard a number of comments today saying that there is a tension among different interest groups in terms of what the number should be. So something to consider. Again, that's not coming from me. That's me reflecting back what I've heard today, but maybe worth thinking about including somewhere more explicitly.
Well, because it kind of depends on the area. When I call a whole bunch of houndsmen, the ones over on the Rocky Mountain front, they definitely don't think it's too high. I mean, that they want to lower the quotas, and then like in the Libby area, they kind of like them the way they are. So it depends on what area it is. So I don't think you can say, it's too large in the whole Eagle region.
What if you changed it to some areas are too large for the capacity of the current environment, which is shared with ungulates and other predators? So just change it to some areas. And then the other thing we should probably establish is where is that 1376 over where? The whole state, ecoregion 1, 2, like maybe a little bit more detail with where the 1376 is.
I think a part of that discussion is that we're looking at this at an ecoregion level. And I think that may be that's probably the topic of discussion, as everything has been managed in very small microcosms historically with mountain lions. The movement is to not do that, just like we don't do that with deer and elk. If you're looking at the survival of the species, even if you kill everything in one drainage, they're still going to be okay, and others will move into that good habitat. Or if we're going to manage them in a very, if we manage them too broad, though, then obviously the quality of hunt for a lot of people is going to go down, because those animals are going to get harvested out of those good drainages with good access. And so part of this whole model, I believe, is functioning off of an ecoregion scale. And so that I think is all something that we need to discuss still too, just like Grover brought up there with, it really does vary across the landscape.
Yeah, I've seen the number twice, and both times was referring to the Northwest region.
Okay, I just thought maybe we should add the Northwest region or something so that people don't think that that's the whole state of Montana or something like that.
I still think that the whole latter part of that sentence could be removed. We could just, the problem that we're trying to frame is really the task that we were given to determine whether it should be going up or going down or staying stagnant. And I don't think, framing the question that it may be too large for some places and not others doesn't necessarily, I mean, that does, I don't think it shouldn't be involved with that sentence. We may make another sentence somewhere else that is a why it's a challenge, is because there's areas where it may be too large and there's areas where it may not be enough. But I don't necessarily think it should be placed in that first opening statement. Maybe I'm wrong.
I
I don't think
agree.
it should
And the
be in
predators
there.
at the very end of the sentence, we also cover the next sentence, the species wolves. So I'm not sure if we want to try to move that down to the next sentence and delete that second half of that sentence out.
Someone else was trying to speak too. I want to make sure they get a chance. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I was going to make a suggestion for some verbiage to replace what you've got highlighted.
Sorry, Josh, we've got you muted here. I'm not sure if you were saying more.
All right, now I'm on. I wanted to make a suggestion for verbiage to replace what you've got highlighted there, Sarah. So I threw it in the chat. If you just want to cut and paste and see if people can live with that.
We lost
She's
Sarah.
gone.
Okay. Well, this was all for naught, I guess. No, she's back.
I'm back. Love the internet around here.
Thought you resigned in protest. Okay.
No.
Change.
All right, should be coming back in a minute here.
I can
What
see
you were
it.
looking at a minute ago, and I think I got that sentence added and wanted to check with you. So this is the new sentence, and this is what we're going to delete if there's agreement on that.
I like that better.
Other thoughts?
All right. Does anyone object to deleting that? And then we can tweak the new sentence.
I actually liked it for my area, but I totally get Casey's point where it might be different. I think it's okay leaving it because it says some areas, but I want the group to decide that.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe take out and may be too large for, and just put acceptable population for. I'm not sure how that reads throughout, but take out that may be too large.
And replace that with what?
Just take it out and,
Okay.
and reread it again, see if it makes sense still.
Or, yeah.
Are you saying to combine, to remove that period as well, Timothy?
Yes. Most optimal acceptable population for the carrying capacity. And then there's probably some more rewording in there too, but if we want to delete the whole thing, we could do that. I just thought some people put some time in that, might want to stay there.
Well, let me ask, do folks feel like a 5-minute break now would help energize us and keep us going, or do we just want to push through to the end of the day? Does anybody need a break? All right, well, let's persevere then. Just wanted to check in.
Well, I like that statement a lot better than the previous one. And it gives us lots of room to go up or down or do whatever we want after talking to other people and looking at the ungulate populations and what they're doing, the trend.
I agree with Grover.
I think this is more what we had in mind.
I think it's pretty workable.
I'm not sure you need Houndsman underlined. We're pretty important, but maybe not any more than the others.
Trying to say it's not a real word. Is that the correct formulation of that word?
Sorry, Houndsman.
I'm going to add it to the dictionary if it's not.
You're going to underline it, capitalize it.
Yeah, that's right. Bold.
You could just put a hyphen between S and M.
Feels like if sportsman is a word, houndsman should also be a word, but. So I wonder, when I look at, we as a group need to determine the acceptable population.
In each region.
It might, and it might be a good place to consider adding something about making recommendations to FWP for what to do, right? Since you as a group are making the recommendations to the agency and the commission.
So we as a group need to make recommendations to FWP to determine acceptable populations in the region or each region.
Maybe we as a group need to determine the acceptable population in the region and make recommendations to FWP or something like that.
We as a group need to determine acceptable populations recommended by FWP.
We as a group need to recommend.
Can we say something to the effect of we as a group are tasked with determining the acceptable? I'm not sure how that would read, but I just think it's been I think it has been tasked with us to come up with that number. So it's not like we took it upon ourselves, if that makes sense.
And after population, it should say for each ecoregion.
We're just talking about one ecoregion, right?
I think we're talking specific to ecoregion 1 on this particular discussion.
Okay, then just add ecoregion or north, yeah.
And forwarding that recommendation to FWP.
I want to make an organizational suggestion, and tell me, please object if you'd like, but for the sentence following this about struggling ungulate populations, to move that higher in the paragraph in front of these challenges, because this is one of the challenges that varies over the ecoregion. So I think it might make more sense logically to have it there. A very minor suggestion, and if folks like it where it is, please just reject it.
Sounds good.
When you look at the last paragraph, it says we as a group are tasked to determine the acceptable population, and then forward that to FWP. Are we tasked to actually come up with that population, or is it just our opinion of what that population should be?
I think we were tasked with making a recommendation whether that should grow stay status quo or fall. I think that's what we're tasked with.
Yeah, reading off the agenda, charge for the committee, charged with target population trend, increase, decrease, stable, degree of ecoregional population size change, percent up or down.
Okay.
So I don't know if we have to set a number, but
I just put those charges into the chat if people want to read them.
So we're not tasked to determine a population, we're tasked to determine a trend.
yeah, that might be somewhere where we go back to the agenda and cut and paste the wording of the agenda into that sentence and make it work. That way our statement matches our task.
Trying this out on you guys. I delete this. I can always undo that, but this would be
Not all that. You want the FWP portion being there still.
forwarding this recommendation to FWP. Lift that part in. Does that work? Or do you want me to undo what I just deleted?
Now, with that all accomplished, isn't the last sentence redundant, except for the 6 years part?
I agree.
Agreed.
Going on.
Could we leave that last sentence just as a closing sentence, but clarify at the beginning of it that, in short, we must identify an optimal population goal and sustain, reevaluate in 6 years.
How do y'all feel about that?
I still like the wording of possibly acceptable rather than optimal.
Yeah.
There's another instance of optimal / acceptable in the third line. Just point that out if people have thoughts on that.
Do you think we should do it twice?
Do we want to remove that highlighted optimal there?
I think it applies when you're speaking of differing opinions regarding the most optimal population. I don't think it applies necessarily to our what we're going to determine an acceptable population goal for all user groups. I think it has a different connotation in the first sentence where it's used and not the last. Maybe not.
That's a great point.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you add optimal to the last sentence and make them both the same? Optimal / acceptable. I guess we're just being redundant with what we're saying, but
Well, yeah, I think what was mentioned earlier is differing opinions on what is optimal or acceptable, but we need to identify an acceptable population. We're not going to get optimal from this group. Other people's opinions will steer towards different directions what optimal is, but we're just looking for something that's acceptable. My thoughts.
Maybe opening up another can of worms as we're trying to, we're getting this kind of dialed, but just thinking out loud about another sentence that maybe carries the thought that even in this 6-year period, we don't have to have that involved in it, but the carrying capacity of environments will change or can change. I don't know if, but that's another challenge and something to consider when we're making these decisions, is that what the current carrying capacity is may or may not be the same down the road, maybe worse, maybe more. I don't know if there's any discussion on that at all, or if it needs to be involved at all, but just throwing that out there.
Yeah, I think that's where the 6 years comes from, is rather than waiting 20 years or 10 years and cycling through. I think looking at a lot of other populations that meet annually, but they're not all going to meet in the same year, and they're just trying to stagger that out. But getting everybody together every 10 years would be too far. 2 years might be too soon. 6 years is like right there in between, somewhere that they figure they can manage. I think the quotas will be the portion that the Fish and Wildlife and Parks go through to continue to manage the population, and that'll be determined annually by them. But the going back through and doing the same thing again in 6 years and looking at the entire region and determine what effect we might have had on it, and if it was good or bad, or where it needs to change again or tweak again.
Because of the 3 eco regions, the 6 years is when we'll have the updated information from the second cycle from Ecoregion 1 population monitoring project as well. So then we'll have updated information after we've gone back into those same areas and perform the same work in that 6-year cycle.
So Casey, are you wanting to remove the mention of carrying capacity, or how would you?
I don't think so. No, I think it was just an item of discussion. If we want to, we were framing different things that affect the decision making, and I just didn't know if that's something that's purely for discussion. I guess might not be important at all. So.
I just wanted to clarify.
Hey, it sounds like the challenge he's talking about is changing habitat conditions, maybe. And it's easy enough to add that to the sentence that kind of lists out the challenges. If you just want to throw it on the end of that sentence. At least that's kind of what I heard.
That's a good way to say it, Josh.
How does that look? I can remove the carrying capacity part.
I personally think carrying capacity is why we're all here.
I think the carrying capacity is regulated by the habitat, because the habitat regulates the ungulate. So that's an ever changing thing in our situation. and amongst other factors, obviously. But to say like a specific place has a certain carrying capacity, that's a moving target for a predator.
So are you suggesting to remove the highlighted words, the carrying capacity part, or does it help to include that?
I think either way would be fine. We could remove it.
Any strong feelings either way from anyone else?
No, I don't think I'm held to anything strong. Sorry. You can drop that out.
We identify carrying capacity in the second sentence. So, I mean, we've hit that, but it's nice to at least touch on the potential for changing habitat conditions. I would remove it. That would be my choice.
Other thoughts on what we have here so far? We haven't addressed this last item down here, and this may be beyond what we need to consider as the charges of this group. Question for all of you.
Yeah, and even if we don't put it in the problem statement, we will put it in the parking lot and make sure that idea gets relayed to FWP.
This may be beyond what we need to consider as the charges of this group. Question for all of you. My internet's acting up again, so it's doing weird things.
Most of your voice, Sarah. That was really weird. In the parking lot.
Yeah, that's weird. This may be beyond what we need to consider as the charges of this group.
There she is again.
Question for my internet's acting up again, so it's
Most of your voice, Sarah. That was weird. In the parking lot.
yeah, that's weird.
If this keeps up, maybe we'll close this down and I'll log back on. Sarah, will you try to log off and log back on and see if it's it's pretty distracting.
Something happened. I'm back up.
All right, folks, does everyone have the link somewhere nearby? I say we log off and log back on to the meeting so that we can get rid of this weird echo thing. Log off, back on it, see if it's really frustrating. So, all right, we'll reconvene.